Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's edition of NASCAR 06 Total Team Control. And this afternoon, we will be racing at the Old Spice Speedway for the running of the Old Spice 500. And yes, that is not 500 kilometers, that is 500 miles on a road course. 333 scheduled laps for today's race. Oh boy, this is going to be probably the longest stream I think I've done, at least on the video game side of things. Some of the live commentary races with the rain delays have probably been a little bit longer, but as far as today's race goes, this is going to be about as close to an endurance race as you're going to get in NASCAR. But of course, it's going to be virtually, so there's a reason why they don't do this in real life. But we're going to do this today, and there is a lot on the line. It is the second to last race of the season, so that means we are going to, at the end of this race, find out who will be racing for the championship in a couple weeks at Talladega. Coming into today's race, our driver Greg Biffle currently leads in the point standings by 99 points over the 99 car of Carl Edwards. Third place in points behind him, Elliott Sadler currently sits about 126 points out of first. He was in second going into last race, but did not have a good run. Finished well outside the top 10, ended up falling all the way back. And Carl Edwards kept pace for the most part with Greg Biffle at dockside, but was unable to finish in front of him. Biffle was able to get the win late on Jimmy Johnson, where Edwards ended up finishing in third. So, we'll see who will win this one. Be sure to hit the like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. We're about to get into this because this is going to be a long, long afternoon here, as long as, of course, we can make it to the end. Survival of the fittest here today at Old Spice Speedway. The green flag is in the air, and we are racing on a road course for the final time on NASCAR 06 in the Cup Series. Jimmy Johnson outside the front row with Greg Biffle. Biffle trying to be patient here in the early going of this race. A little contact there from Johnson, trying to move the 16 out of the way a little bit as the field funnels down into turn 3. This U-turn, Biffle going to take the apron, and he's going to be clear easily of Johnson. Gordon out of the inside of his teammate for second place now from behind, and Biffle is well clear. Johnson going to shut the door in the S's on Gordon. And Greg Biffle looking to lead the opening lap of the race today. This will be 5 bonus points. Crucial to qualify, even in a long race like this, to make sure he's going to have a shot to potentially lead the most laps today. If for some reason Greg Biffle has a 156-plus point lead at the end of today's race, then he will have clinched the championship. He does have the tiebreaker, so 156 is the magic number. If you came into today's race more than 312 points out of first, then you were no longer in contention for the championship, so that is why you only see 6 drivers on the point standings at the top of the screen, because those are the only 6 mathematically who still have a shot at the championship today. Those drivers being Greg Biffle, Carl Edwards, Elliott Sadler, Jimmy Johnson, Jeff Gordon, and Kurt Busch. And Biffle already pulling away from the get-go. I mean, this is one of my better road courses on this game. Whether it's the fantasy road courses or the real road courses, this is probably my best one. So it's not the speed that's going to be the issue. It's going to be when we get into lap traffic, when we have to pass race cars, if we're back in traffic. So we need to just hang on to track position as much as we can, honestly. Even if I'm on older tires, I've got to stay out of the pits as long as I possibly can. Trying to lead every lap necessary. And it should be an interesting one, to say the least. Again, just for the endurance factor. I didn't expect this to necessarily be an instant classic when it comes to, you know, the racing potential in today's race. Biffle's car really, really good. Hence the pole run, and leading these first 3 laps already out to a 2-second lead. Dodge Raceway's your favorite in this game? Yeah, that's definitely one of my favorites too. That's probably my favorite fantasy track. This is just my best one. And it's probably the fantasy track we've had the most experience at, really. Between the Busch truck and now in the Cup Series, for the first time racing the Cup Series cars on this track in this game. But yeah, 333 laps. Got to take care of the tires, too. I do not want to have to deal with a ill-handling car at the end of a tire set at all, because we need to go as far as we can on fuel this entire race today. Derek Booth, Ethan, King Diamond Jeff, Mark DeMars, and others, welcome into the stream. Wait, Zelensky. Our goal today is going to be 40 likes on the stream. You know what? Actually, let's go for 50. Let's go 50 likes on the stream. We'll go above and beyond. I'm hoping with this race being really long that we should be able to get there because this is going to be an absolute marathon today. I'd like to think I'm going to have the stamina to make it to the end, but we'll see. We need to finish this race. I mean, if we DNF, we're not going to have the points lead going into Dega. And if we're going to need a little help going into Talladega, although that's a track it can happen, I wouldn't feel too comfortable with it considering the fact that Greg Biffle has not ran too well in the super speedways this season. Even if he has the points lead, no lead is safe. But if I can build up, say, over a 100 points lead, if I dominate today's race, try to keep Carl Edwards and Elliott Sadler from leading any laps. If I can go into Talladega having to finish like 20th or better to win the championship, I will gladly take that. Sandman, thanks for tuning in. The Coke 6 is, yeah, 600 miles at this track, 400 laps. I mean, this race is going to be longer than the Coke 600. Or 600. I mean, we've had a couple Coke 600s that have gone nearly 4 hours. Or right around there. This race is going to be the longest race we've ever done in channel history. I can pretty much state that as a fact. As long as we make it to the end, obviously. If we don't, then it won't be. But we have DNF 6 times this season, so it's not impossible that a DNF could happen, although it has been a little while since the last DNF for Greg Biffle. All 6 of those DNF came in the first 19 races of the season, so it's been a minute. Really turned it on the second half of the year to put this championship run into fruition. And again, I did not win the Cup title in our season with the Chase, with our Do It For Dale series, so really want to win this championship this time around, so we can at least go out on this game winning 1 Cup title, at the very least. You don't want to lose any championships, but fortunately we did have to lose one. We finished like 6th in points too, so definitely could have done better. Had a couple bad races in the Chase, and that cost us. If we had a full season points format, we wouldn't have won the title, but I think we would have finished like 2nd or 3rd in points. So it definitely put us a little bit behind, but at the same time, Carl Edwards was just the class of the field that season. Sure enough, he's competing for another one here in his rookie season once again. I'd have to imagine we're going to see quite a few DNFs in today's race, just with engine failures. With how long the race is, I would not be shocked if we have more than 10 cars fail to finish. The biggest question is it going to be any of the championship contenders? We'll have to wait and see. And it's going to be interesting as to how many cautions we're going to see in today's race as well, with how long it's going to be. I really have no clue. The road courses are kind of tricky because sometimes we get a lot of yellows and sometimes we hardly get any at all in this game. So I don't know how this is going to go with it being a much longer race. Dark Crypto, welcome into the stream. Sandman, I see you in the chat also. Yep, 2nd to last race of the year. Been a long grind on NASCAR 06. I think we started NASCAR 06 content on the channel back in June, so I mean we have been playing this game for a little while on the channel, and it's slowly coming to an end. We will have 2 field passes at some point today. We will alternate to the different camera angles a couple times as well. We're going to run this out for a little bit, though, at the beginning, because we have a long ways to go yet in this one, as we're just getting things started. Ace of Spades, thanks for tuning in. 2:49-minute race. Yeah, that's not even counting cautions too, because cautions are only going to prolong the race. Also, this is going to be, yeah, this is going to be pretty close to 5 hours. I mean, it's because we've ran some bush races here that were longer. I think the bush races were 200 laps, and in those races we went about 3 to 3.5 hours, and this is another 200 miles longer. I mean, every 100 miles is going to take very close to an hour. The only difference is with this kind of an endurance race, it's just one driver in every single one of these race cars. There's no driver swapping going on, so it's got to be tough mentally. It'd be even tougher if it was like extremely hot. Even in my room, like if it was the summertime, this would probably be more brutal. Thank God I'm doing this race in the winter. My room usually is pretty warm in the summertime. Could imagine doing this middle of the afternoon. I had to do this race on a Sunday. Like, that'd be the only way I could do this. Or I could stream it earlier in the day, because I work on Saturdays right now. Not for much longer, but the only reason I won't be working on Saturdays is so we can do the live commentary streams on Saturdays for the Xfinity and Truck Series once the NASCAR season kicks off here in a few weeks. I'm not even pushing hard to try to run my fastest laps of the race either. I got that out of the way. Those first like 2-3 laps I was pushing, and then after that I just kind of backed off a little bit trying to save these tires. Just wanted to make sure I was going to get out in front of him and maintain this track position at the start. That's the big thing. Yeah, I plan on playing NASCAR 07 after I finish 06. I'm really hoping I could get this finished before I go to Daytona. That's the big plan. I won't be able to do our Talladega season finale next Sunday. We've been racing these cup races pretty much every Sunday, but I'll be out of town next Sunday, so it'll have to be the following week. But we also have to catch up in the Truck Series, because the Truck Series we still have 5 races left, and the Busch Series we have like 7 or 8 races left. But if I clinch the championship early, then I'm not going to run all the way out to the finish. And in the Busch Series, it's looking like we could clinch the title like 3 or 4 races early at this rate. So, I mean, you're pretty much looking at the fact that I have like 3 or 4 Busch races left, 5 truck races, maybe 4 if I clinch 1 race early there. It's possible. If I go on a hot streak dead in the season, the next 4 races that I could clinch 1 race early. I mean, we could clinch the championship today. It is not impossible, but I would like to think we probably won't, just because there's 2 drivers that are still within 1 race worth of points of us, that they would both have to pretty much DNF for us to have a shot at the title. But I guess if you were to DNF in any road course race, today would be the day with how long it's going to be. It's going to be taxing on these engines. This is on Legend difficulty. I was not expecting it to be this much quicker than the rest of the field. I feel like the Busch and the truck races we've had at Old Spice Speedway have been a lot more competitive in the front of the field, but for whatever reason in this cup race, Greg Biffle set sail. Biffle's won back-to-back races coming in. He's won 4 of the last 5. He's won 15 races in the first 34 this season, hence the points lead. The consistency might have lacked there some at the beginning of the year, which is why his lead is only 99 points. It took him a long time to take the lead in the point standings this season. He won the 3 of the first 4 races, got to the points lead after race 4, lost it after race 7, never regained the points lead again until about after race 29, and then has kind of fought back and forth there for a little bit with Sadler and Edwards, and now over these last 2 races has started to slowly pull away again. So we've had the points lead like 4 times this year, but very far apart from each other, really, within points leading reigns. JC1424, thanks for tuning in. Tired going to sleep? Well, I mean, you can take like a 3-hour nap and still wake up. We'll be like 2/3 of the way home, so it is what it is. This is going to be a gauntlet. We're honestly not too far away from lap traffic already, which is surprising because we're on a road course and we're not even 20 laps in. That's how good this 16 car is right now. 9.8 second lead. He's definitely going to be the class of the field. It's going to be tough to beat him. I mean, the big thing for Edwards and Sadler is to go into Talladega with a chance at the championship. And the same thing goes for Gordon Johnson and Kurt Busch as well. But they are going to need a little bit of help if that's going to happen, considering the fact that Biffle is already a little bit over one race worth of points ahead of those guys. Biffle just ran his fastest lap there of 45.489, about 2/10 of a second quicker than his pole lap on that second time trial lap in qualifying. Got to work at 7. Oh, well, we're not going to be that late. If this race somehow took 7 hours, I don't know if I could make it. I'm expecting this thing to get done around 5 o'clock, honestly, but... You can see the back of lap traffic now. Just a couple more laps away, and Biffle's going to get there. We'll probably take our first field pass of the race today when I get there. Have Biffle kind of pass those lap cars by himself for right now. See where the other Roush Fenway Fords are running in the early going. Have a NASCAR game with a 7-hour race. That's just ridiculous. Imagine if this was a race on an actual NASCAR schedule now, like how much fans would complain about how long the race is. We already have that issue with a lot of racetracks now. Not a lot. Some. Looking at you, Texas. Up to 17 likes already. Appreciate that. Be sure to hit the like button again. Subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you haven't already. 12-second lead already in just 21 laps for Greg Biffle. We have only won one race with this National Guard paint scheme this season. In fact, 5 of the 6 DNFs we've had this year have come with this National Guard paint scheme. So it's somewhat cursed. I mean, the only thing I'm okay with the 400 lap Martinsville race is the fact it does make the two races different from each other. Like, I'm all for, if you do race at the same track twice, you gotta make the race lengths different. Same thing like when we go to Kansas twice, that 2 of them are 400. Like, make one of them like 450 or 350. Just like try to. I mean, the strategy is you're basically running the same race twice. Like the same exact race. There's a reason why we see drivers as good as they are at a specific track both times in one season. At least try to change it a little bit. A little contact there. John Andretti sideswiping Greg Biffle up off the exit of turn 3. Trying to not go a lap down. Biffle get a look to the outside of the 14 and not getting a lot of space there. Dive bombs to the bottom, trying to get around him. Here's our first field pass. We'll start off by driving as a 17 car of Matt Kenseth, as he is back in the 8th place position. I don't know why it went that way around. I felt like that was a long way. Trying to get through the field. Kenseth on the top 10 in the early going. How's Ohio today? Very snowy. Oh, a couple inches of snow on the ground. It's supposed to get like another 3 to 5 inches on Wednesday, too. It's the first time it snowed since we had that blizzard back on Christmas. Well, I mean, we've had, like, dustings and stuff and flurrying, but, like, legitimate, like, snowfall where we've had at least a couple inches. It's not really sticking to the roads, though, because it's like 33 degrees outside. It's been quite a bit warmer ever since that huge snowstorm came in a couple weeks ago, too. Usually January, it's like consistently in the 20s or below, at the very least. So Elliott Sadler in the 6th place position right now, too. We'll see if we can get Kenseth around Sadler. Martin Truex Jr. in between them as well, a rookie trying to go out with a bang in his rookie season. Edwards has already clinched the Rookie of the Year honors up and did a couple races ago over Kyle Busch and Martin Truex Jr. so far in the season. Down into turn 3. Kenseth's going to go to the apron to get by Martin Truex Jr. He's alongside Elliott Sadler, but I don't think he's going to stay there. He does clear the 1 car, though, for 7th, and he'll still battle the 38 now for 6th. I believe Bobby Labonte's in 5th place up ahead. Kenseth's car got quite a bit light there off of turn 7. I feel like there's not as much rear wheel grip in the 17 car than the 16. So they're going just a bit wide there. Ken's going to try the dive bomb down in turn 3 again, and the pass will be made for 6th. So Sadler back another position. He needs all the spots he can get over these final 2 races. He's only 27 points behind 2nd. Not sure exactly where Carl Edwards qualified or where he is running in the early going. But 1 more lap with Kenseth, and then we'll transfer to another Roush Fenway Ford in the field. And I think I actually see Edwards up there. I believe he is in 4th. That 99 Scott's Ford. Kenseth charging after Bobby Labonte. Maybe a little too hard down into turn 3. Got a little too low. Scraped that guardrail with the left side of his race car. We'll go to Mark Martin in the 6. He is back in 24th, qualified pretty deep in the field compared to other Roush Fenway teammates of his. Biffle still getting through lap traffic at the tail end of the field right now. Yeah, Hall of Famer Matt Kenseth, that is correct. Kane now making contact with Martin. Martin with a great crossover move to get by him, though, and almost hooked the 36 of Borisset in the process. Sed's already got a donut on the left side of his car. Not sure where that's from. Probably came off that initial start. Everybody was side by side, bunched together, especially in the middle of the pack. Jarrett going really wide, almost off into the grass there in turn number 8. Seth Thomas, thanks for tuning in. Martin is going to get by Joe Nemechek at turn 1. 1 car off in the grass, almost scraping the guardrail. Can't tell who that is. It's Kyle Busch in the 5, actually. I thought it was a fantasy driver at first. I couldn't tell who that was. Haven't really seen Kyle Busch in that CarQuest car most of the season. Not the black one. I've seen him in the red one at times. Martin on the outside of the 172. Down into turn 8. Oh, Busch up the middle. My goodness. That knocked the 6 car up into the grass. Martin hangs on to it, but he does lose a couple spots. Back to 20th again, and now Busch trying to move the 172 out of the way. Kyle Busch is a wrecking ball right now. Martin down to the inside of both of them, down into turn 3. Perfect corner by Martin, and he gets by them both. Crazy Martin is in 18th right now on lap 31, and he's already 32.8 seconds off the lead. That's how dominant the 16 of Greg Biffle is, and how many cars he has probably already lapped as well. As many he can lap in a green flag run, the better. It's less competition later and later in this race if we get off strategy with any pit stops or weird timing cautions. Mark Martin going to get by the 2 of Rusty Wallace into his second to last race of his career today. Sterling Marlin will be driving the 14 at MB2 in NASCAR 07. That 40 car will go to then rookie David Stremme. Martin down to the inside of the 40. We've driven him from 24th to 16th in 4 laps. Wallace to the inside of the 40 of Marlin as well. I didn't want to go to Matt Kenseth again. I'll have to swap that when I get back to him. There we go. Go to Kurt Busch. That's what I meant to do. Kurt back in 11th right now. So Kevin Harvick, a rival of Kurt's, next position up ahead of him. That'll be an interesting pass when Busch gets there. Yeah, another Hall of Famer. Future Hall of Famer Kurt Busch. Down into turn 3. Kurt gonna get to the inside of Harvick. And does beat him back to the accelerator. Clears him. Clean pass. And Kurt Busch is in the top 10. Martin Truex Jr., I saw his car bottoming out off the exit of turn 3. I noticed there were some sparks there, but there's nobody around him for there to have been contact. And how about that? Bottom lane left open again. Harvick to the inside, but cannot get around Kurt Busch. Busch trying to draft off of Truex right now. Harvick still on the inside, down into turn 1. Trying not to make contact with one another. Harvick goes wide into the grass. Barely cuts off the 97. Kurt down to the inside, trying to outbrake both the 1 and the 29. Dink the inside wall just a little bit there, similar to Ken's at the handful of laps ago, but Kurt Busch is going to make the pass still, and he's up to 9th. Almost like it just launched me right out in front of him, and luckily I had everybody cleared. Ryan Newman in 8th place, just up ahead. Didn't think he was close enough to make the pass on Ryan Newman there, but he was able to do so. How about Kurt Busch on the move right now? Go one more lap with him this time by. We'll see if he can catch Elliott Sadler and push him back to 8th place. Fastest lap of the day for Kurt of a 45.311 that last lap. He's about 18.9 seconds off the lead and about halfway out of gas at this point in the run. So looking to go about 70 laps on a full tank of fuel right now. A dive by Kurt to the inside of Elliott Sadler and clear to 7th. Kurt Busch has gained 4 spots in the last 5 laps. Sadler slowly going backwards right now. Fading on the long run. And we'll go to Carl Edwards in the 99 car up next. So he remains in fourth, 15 seconds off the lead. And even the two Hendrick cars of Jimmy Johnson and Jeff Gordon have really pulled away from him. Size E, thanks for tuning in. 21 likes on the stream already. Greatly appreciate you guys tuning in and smashing that like button. Our goal is 50 likes on the stream today, so if you haven't hit the like button, make sure to do so. Edwards hasn't caught any lap cars yet. I'm wondering if he'll end up getting to any lap traffic. Jeff Gordon is in third, just up ahead. The next car for Edwards, who he is trying to catch for position. Jeff running an alternative Rainbow Warriors paint scheme today. Little throwback. As you can see, Edwards closing in very fast on the 24. I think Jimmy Johnson's the next car up ahead. Edwards might get to second here during this run. Definitely going to have a good shot at third. And potentially right here into turn 8. Contact! 99 using the 24 almost as his brakes as he makes the pass for position. And up to third. We'll go 2 more laps with Carl Edwards next, and then we'll go back to Greg Biffle. For quite some time. We'll have one other field pass a little later in the race today yet. Can't remember last leading the points. I was leading in points a couple races ago. I took the points lead when Carl Edwards blew an engine at Chicagoland. That was when I first took the points lead, which was 2 races ago. That was the 4th, the last race of the year. And then I led going into Dockside, expanded the lead from like, forget what it was, going in over Sadler. It was like 20, I want to say it was only like 20-something points over Sadler, but then Sadler had a pretty bad performance, and we were able to gap Edwards a little more as well with the win. Edwards to P2, getting by Jimmy Johnson. Trying to outbreak lap car John Andretti, and does. Andretti tried to squeeze him. A little less than 8 seconds off the lead right now is Edwards from Biffle. Again, we'll go to Biffle again next lap. Edwards getting a surge of momentum, though, in the middle of this run. Slides those rear tires a little bit, getting into turn 3, down to the apron to get by the 00 of Kenny Wallace. Lap car now battling with the 08 of Shane Meal. Will contact. And they'll be side by side into turn 8, which is the finishing corner. Easily get to clear him too. And back to Greg Biffle we go. Right in line behind the 42 car of Jamie McMurray. McMurray going wide. We're going to look to take the apron down into turn 3 to get by McMurray and put him a lap down, and does. Still caution free in this one through 43 laps, still another 290 to go. And the Old Spice 500 today at the Old Spice Speedway 7.2 second lead for Greg Biffle. It was at one point about a 12-second lead before he got into lap traffic, so it has shrunk a little bit. But he has led every lap from the pole so far. Now that Edwards is up to second, we're really going to have to try to maintain this lead as much as possible, if not try to pull away in the back half of this tire stint. So he slides the rear tires down into turn 3 to make the pass on Brian Vickers in the 25. Still in line behind Kyle Petty in the 45 car just in front of him. Contact. Nudging the 77 of Travis Quaffle up out of the groove in turn 8. Biffle on the inside into turn 1. Turn 2. Quaffle got back into the 16. Greg Biffle did a good job hanging on to the race car there. I think that was a little payback from a couple corners prior to that. Biffle got into him in turn 8 on the last lap and then ended up in turn 2 on that following lap trying to repay the favor, it looked like. Thank goodness we got away from him. Notice a lot of drivers going wide in turn 2. I just saw the 19 of Mayfield do the same thing. Stewart trying to pinch Biffle off down to the apron that time in turn 3. Tony Stewart no longer in contention for the championship, was eliminated from that after last week's race at Dockside, despite having a top 5. He is sitting 7th in points right now. Could still technically finish in the top 5 if he gets a little help and has some solid runs these last 2 races, but he's not off to a good start today. Trying to take away position from Jeremy Mayfield in the 19. Just about did so, and actually did pass him. There was no contact there, but he really drove it in deep and very close to making contact with him. Mayfield going wide in the grass. Biffle going to be on the outside now into turn 3. Struggling to get by the 19 and the 20 right now. Stewart's got a little damage on the front of his race car, it looks like, too. He must have made contact with somebody. Whatever the case is, Biffle has lapped both Stewart and Stewart and Mayfield. Labonte's in the 19 in the Busch Series, so that's why I about said Bobby Labonte there. You would think this is a Busch race, considering we're at a fantasy track that we typically race on the Busch Series schedule. Not on this season. And we will be at lap 50 at the start-finish line this time by. Big dive for Biffle as he gets by the 41 of Casey Mears. Fastest lap that time for Biffle, the 45.195 that last lap as he passes the 41 car. Quarter tank of gas left at this point in the run right now for the Biff. 49 of Schrader looking low. He's got a little damage. Biffle a bit wide off into the grass. Almost spun out as a result. And he'll get around Kenny Schrader that time down in turn number 3. Boris Said, I believe, is the last car on the lead lap in the 36. Probably looking at anywhere between a 4 to 5 stop race. We go 70 laps per run, should be a 4 stopper. No, I'm not sure Biffle's pacing well enough to make it on 70 laps like we were seeing out of some other drivers. Making contact with Boris Said. Probably going to have to try not to push as hard right now. We have a long ways to go in this one. He's made contact the last handful of laps with various lap cars. Get wanting to put as many drivers a lap down as possible in the early going in case we get any cautions. Just keep them a lap down, but that is maybe not the smartest way to do it. Santiago Kid, thanks for tuning in, and there it is. Caution's out. For the first time today at lap 52. This is going to be interesting. Probably going to see everybody hit pit road here, so we'll hit pit. Oh my gosh! Terrible crash for Bobby Labonte. Into the tire barrier at the front of pit road and upside down on his lid. He must have hit that thing going like 160. I mean, there was contact that looked like with another car also, but the caution flag is out. Biffle will lead the field likely to pit road here. And we'll have our first pit stops of the day. Bobby Labonte upside down at Old Spice Speedway after smashing the tire barriers at the front of pit road. Really hoping everybody pits here because Biffle does not want to be back in traffic. Got to keep this car clean. Have to have a quick pit stop as well for the 16 crew. Try to keep the lead. Especially with Edwards in second. Don't want any shot of him leading any laps and getting any bonus points today. The 16 crew will go to work. Reverse style pit stops, having to serve the left side of the race car before the rights. We see that on a few road courses today in NASCAR as well, like Indianapolis, Watkins Glen, Road America last year. And Greg Biffle gonna win the race off pit road. Quick stop by the 16 team, and they will hang on to the race lead. So Biffle will continue to lead every lap in the race today to this point. See, we don't need the Mr. Clean crew. You got a pit crew like that. Matt Kenseth up to second. He gains quite a few spots up pit road. And the green flag is back in the air. Lap cars to the inside of the lead lap cars for the restart. Will they get in the way? Kurt Busch got up to third as well. Biffle backing out of the gas here, trying to keep the 17 behind him, but wanting to drop in line behind the 41 on the inside of the track. A little bit of contact with Casey Mears. And Mears is up into the guardrail now, and they all get jammed up, and Kurt Busch is going to get to the lead. Biffle underneath Busch. Busch trying to shut the door on his teammate. 3 wide with the lap car on the outside, and Biffle is back in the lead again. More contact now with Kenny Schrader. Everybody's all over the place on the first restart of the day. Kurt's still in contention for the championship, trying to get a lap let in here as he gets to second. Edwards back to third, passing Kenseth. All the Roush cars at the front of the field right now, and Biffle holds on to the lead. That was chaotic for about a lap. Good grief. A couple other cars going out in the grass. Looked like Kenseth and Edwards going wide off of turn 2. Jason Leffler got back on the lead lap with all that happening behind him, and Biffle quickly closing on him. And once the Biff can get around him and put Leffler a lap down again, he'll be back into some clean air and try to do what he did at the beginning of the race, and that is pull away here in the early going. Locking the tires up down into turn 8. Pushed pretty hard there for a second. Biffle tried to back up turn 3, ended up getting into the back of the 11 instead. Going to cost him any opportunity of trying to make the pass on him that time. Free pass would have gone to the first car a lap down with that last caution. Biffle all the way to the grass. Getting by the 11 of Leffler cleanly there to put him a lap down again. He is the first car lap down. If we were to get another quick yellow, though, he'd be back on the lead lap. Bobby Labonte was in the top 5 earlier, too. He was about 5th or 6th. Assuming he was still there when he ended up flipping. Wonder what happened. I wonder if he's still in the race after that hard impact. We didn't see how it started, but we saw how it ended. Pretty nasty. So we did not make it all the way to lap 70 before the first stop with that caution at lap 52. But Greg Biffle still led every lap, even though Kurt Busch got to the lead there for a couple corners. He didn't actually lead a lap, so no lead changes still in today's race with the pole sitter leading the first 60 laps of today's race once he gets back to the line this time by. Alternate through the different camera angles for the first... Well, never mind. Caution's out again. Our second of the race, lap 60. Wonder if it's debris, potentially, from that last accident. Yep. John Andretti. Piece of his back bumper came up off the race car at the tail end of the field. So 2 cautions back-to-back here in the early going of today's race. The first 60 laps. So bunch the field back together again, and we'll probably have another crazy restart. Biffle will try to hold on. Everybody just pitted, so they will stay out during this yellow. And we'll try it again. That's going to give Jason Leffler his lap back with the free pass. Green flag back in the air. Biffle going to try to get to the bottom without having to lift this time. See if that might be a little bit better. Trying to get there on Kenny Schrader, but it's just not going to work. Going to have to be on the outside. In turn 1. A lot of lap cars still getting by. Biffle wants to get to the bottom but can't. 3 wide goes Travis Quaffle. Great job by all these guys not making contact at turn 3 there. And Kurt Busch is still trying to get to the inside of Greg Biffle. A little bit of contact. Runs the 16 car a bit wide. And that actually cut off the momentum 97 of Busch had. And allows for Greg Biffle to hold on to the lead. I don't know why he said 3 wide. Our NASCAR 22 spotter coming back into NASCAR 06. Harvick off into the grass, almost into the guardrail. Biffle passing 2 lap cars in turn 3 of Jeff Green and Travis Quaffle. Still got Kenny Schrader and Casey Mears in front of him. They're hoping for another quick debris caution if at all possible. Ooh, a bump there from behind. Biffle into the back of the 49 of Schrader. Try to block Jeff Green, keep him in the rear view. A little over 1 second lead right now for the Biff. Oh, Green up into the guardrail off turn 2. The outside got the grass, kept sliding up. Now a little contact between Biffle and Mears. Biffle cleared the 49, he'll clear the 41. Side by side behind him for the free pass position right now. Mears trying to get another run as he looks to the outside of Biffle, but that's probably not going to get it done down in turn 8. And Greg Biffle will continue to lead. And now he's got the clean air again. Soon after he had that the last time, though, we had our second caution. So we'll see how long this green flag run will be. That was definitely the shortest of the race so far. Only went about 5 laps between cautions. I do have my Greg Biffle hat on for good luck today, so maybe they'll give us more luck with this National Guard paint scheme that we've had a lack thereof for most of the season. Now we'll alternate through the different camera angles for the first time. Went to do that a little bit ago, lap 60, and then we had a caution right away, so we'll do it now. Only 2 more Sundays until the first season of NASCAR. I think you meant to say first race of the season, not the first season of NASCAR, but yeah. Busch Clash coming up in a couple weeks. Again, we'll be doing live commentary for that race. Billy Kramer, welcome into the stream this afternoon. I'm really trying not to think about how many laps are left. I mean, for the sake of, like, the commentary, I am saying it from time to time. I'm really doing my best not to think about it. Because if I think about it right now, we're not even a quarter of the way through this race yet. And we've already been streaming for about an hour. So, yeah, let's not. Already had 2 cautions. That'll slow the race pace down a little bit, of course, as well. The more cautions we get. Remember, the stream scheduled start was at noon, so just kind of base that off of what time it is as we get later and later into this race. Noon Eastern time. I just kind of realized I'm going to miss most of that first football game today. Got my fantasy team in the divisional round of the playoffs. The one last week, got the redraft this week. I need Brock Purdy to go off again. I drafted him last week in like the 6th round, and he went off. I think he was the highest scoring quarterback last week in our fantasy league. He was out there again this week in the 6th round again, and I was like, you know what? Hey, I did it last week. He went off. I'm going to do it again. Cowboys defense is a lot tougher, though, than Seattle's, so we'll see how that goes, but should be interesting. Have a couple parlays with both games today, too, so be looking out for that. Yeah, most people's fantasy football seasons are over. Ours extends into the playoffs because we have to pay for like waiver wire and transactions that we make throughout the course of the year, so that's kind of like the playoff pot. Our regular season championship is like the big championship. I've won the regular season title and then the playoff championship once, both. And they were both in the same season, too, so I won like over $700 that year based off of fantasy football for both of the pools. A little over 300 in both. That was pretty cool. It was only like 3 years ago or so. 2020. The COVID season. Biffle has about an 8.7 second lead. And if you're just tuning in for the first time wondering how the race has gone to this point, we've had 2 cautions. Bobby Labonte flipped earlier after hitting the tire barrier. He had a little contact with another car, slid into the barrier, and pretty much hit it head on. Ended upside down. It was a terrible crash. Then we had a debris caution off of John Andretti's race car, which was our second yellow. Leaving us with the 2 we have had so far through 75 laps. Greg Biffle started on the pole. He has led every lap today. He has survived a couple of surges on those last couple restarts, but he has been able to hold on to the lead, and he went into the pits under that lap 52 caution, which was the first yellow of the day. With the lead, came out with the lead, so as another reason why he has led every lap still in this one up to this point. It's going to be very interesting on if he's going to continue to be able to do that. I think he's going to have a good shot at it. Well, problems for Mark Martin in the 6 car right now is he has just blown an engine and he is trying to get to pit road. Lap 76. Hopefully he can get there. And I believe he did. So Mark Martin is blowing a motor. And one of the 5 Roush cars have fallen. He was up to 18th the last we saw of him during that first field pass of the day. But we continue to stay green. No caution there. Yeah, I finished dead last in the regular season. 5-13. But I will be honest, the last 4 weeks I didn't even really look at fantasy as much. I was well out of it. I ended up losing like the last 5. I was 5-8. I was like mid-pack. Like right around like 8th place or so. 7th through 9th for a little bit there, and then I ended up losing the last 5. I mean, I guess technically I'm 6-13 considering I won last week, even though it's not the same roster. Notorious, thanks for tuning in. Appreciate that comment also, No. Mark will have one more season in the 6 car on our classic game playthrough when we go to NASCAR 07. We'll go back to the far chase cam for now. Lap 80. Do it for the Biff. I believe you mean stiff for the Biff. It's insane we have a chance to win 17 races this season, though, if we win these final 2. That would end the year on a 4-race winning streak, too. Which has only been done in NASCAR history 8 times. Honestly, if you want to look at the biggest turning point of the season, I think it was that win in the 3rd Daytona race. That 400-mile night race, the second of which of those really made a big turn for Greg Biffle in his hopes for the championship, because that was a race he just needed to have a good finish, and he ended up going out there and won it. Proving that he can win on a super speedway in this game, and proving that I can win at Daytona in the Cup Series on an EA Sports game. Finally broke that curse after 15 races. We were getting into Dale Earnhardt territory there for a second. Caution for the 3rd time today at lap 81. They were 3 wide going into turn 8. There's the debris. I saw the hood laying down, and it was from Ryan Newman. Yeah, I should have expected there to be some debris yellows today with how long this race is. Hendrick fans, thanks for tuning in. Michael Turner, welcome in as well. Yeah, I saw that yesterday, unfortunately. Oh, Herschel McGriff. So Biffle going to stay out of the pits again here. 3 cautions. Not even anywhere close to a third of the way home yet. And another restart, which have been chaotic so far today at the Old Spice Speedway, is underway. Biffle, probably his best restart yet, as he gets in front of the 49 of Kenny Schrader this time at least. Still right behind the 41 of Casey Mears. Kurt Busch on the inside of the 49. Greg Biffle down to dive bomb into 3, and he gets around Casey Mears. Definitely the best restart of the day for Greg Biffle right there. Not as much of a challenge for Kurt Busch as he had the last 2 restarts. Kurt continues to hold on to 2nd place. Needs help if he's going to want a shot at the championship going into Talladega in a couple weeks. We do have NASCAR 22 returning to the channel. Oh my gosh. Talk about NASCAR 22. I wasn't paying attention. See, stuff like that I can't do. Especially only 86 laps in. It can't be making those type of mental errors now, because then when we get into like lap 286, it's going to be even worse. Yeah, 95, that's a long life. I'd be more than thankful to make it to 95. Left for a bit. Yeah, we've had 3 cautions. Nothing of my doing. I ran a perfect race so far. Led every lap from the pole still. I don't know how many... We haven't gotten word that anybody has pitted during the last 2 yellows. Everybody pitted during the 3rd caution, which took place at lap 52, so gotta be getting pretty close to halfway on fuel at this point. Biffle just ran his fastest lap, 45.165 that last lap. That's what the clean air will do when you have the fastest car in the field. Been a walk in the park pretty much today for Greg Biffle to this point. Yep, I was expecting us to be about halfway upfield. That was making sense. $25 likes on the stream right now. We're halfway to our goal, and we're nowhere close to halfway through this race, so greatly appreciate. I mean, we could be on pace for 100 likes today. I don't know that we can keep the pace up. I'd be more than thankful if we did, but I mean, I guess you never know. That'd be awesome. I don't think we've ever had more than 75 likes on a video game stream on the channel, so appreciate you guys tuning in here on this Sunday afternoon. Live commentary streams, I'm used to getting like hundreds of likes on those, but I don't think we've had, I can't remember a time where we've had more than 75. Or right around there would be about the channel record so far, so definitely hit that like button if you haven't already. Almost a 5-second lead once again. I think this will be the third time today Biffle's had at least a 5-second lead over the field. One crash. The last two cautions were for debris off of John Andretti and Ryan Newman's race cars. And the crash involved Bobby Labonte hitting the tire barrier head on and flipping, which was the first yellow lap 52. So definitely the longest green flag run of the day was at start, as we went 52 laps before the first caution, but then we had 3 cautions in the span of about 30 laps. I think we're only going to get more going forward. I think we do have the capability of having another decently long green flag run in today's race. I could see there being a stretch where we have over a 100-lap green flag run, considering we still have well over 200 to go. But with how many cars have, you know, damage somewhere on them, and I think a lot of it has to do with these restarts, and especially having that long start to the race today, because you had the initial start, which was double file, but then we had such a long green flag run, again 52 laps to start, that about half the field went a lap down before that first caution came out. And we keep having double file restarts with all the lap cars on the inside of the lead lap cars now. So I think that's what is bunching everybody up on the restarts, especially in turn 3 and turn 8, the first lap or two after the restart. And that's why we've seen cars with damage, both when we were lapping them and then since then as well. I know turn 2 has kind of been a problem corner for some drivers, going a bit wide as well, making contact with the outside wall. Biffle only did once, and that was because the car in front of him with Casey Mears did that on a restart. He kind of got stacked up behind him. know one thing I still have to get better at when it comes to, like, health. I'd say, like, I'm pretty good with keeping, like, a healthy diet and everything, but the one thing that I tend to struggle with, honestly, is sleep. I don't prioritize it as much as I probably should. I'd say I almost used to prioritize it a lot better than what I have in the last couple of years. I tend to stay up a little bit, you know, too late. You know, at nights I have to get up earlier in the morning, and in return I end up sleeping, you know, like 10 hours or so plus overnight, trying to make up for the nights I'm only getting like 5 or 6 during the week. On the weekends, kind of like I did last night into today. I don't have to work the next day. Like, I'll crash 10, 11 o'clock and then end up sleeping till like 8 or 9 a lot. I used to wake up quite a bit earlier. I noticed even like during golf season this year, like I'm still getting up at like usually between, if I can get up before 8, it's great. But ever since golf season ended, I haven't been getting up early at all, and I need to get back in the habit of get more sleep during the week so I'm not as tired when it comes to the weekend. I'm not trying to catch up anymore. Running a gauntlet. Kind of like today. With this race. I feel like a lot of people around my age, though, tend to struggle with that, too. Or a lot of people, even in general, tend to struggle with that, I feel like. $8:30 every... Yeah, I never used to be like that. Like, I was always up anywhere really between, like, typically between 6 and 7:30. I would just kind of wake up, and now I'm, like, just not waking up at that time anymore. So I need to just start... I mean, the big thing is go to bed earlier, my days off. Now, I will say, I think it'll help me working one less day at my current full-time job during the week. I'll only be working there, 30 hours versus 40. I'm only going to be putting in 3 days, so that way I could have Saturdays off for streaming here on the channel, so that way we can do the live commentary for the Xfinity and truck races. And I think that will help at least Friday into Saturday, but I still have to accommodate better on Tuesdays and Wednesdays during the week. Well, we've made it 100 laps. 3 cautions so far. Biffle's led every lap in the race still. And a dominant performance. Still not even a third of the way home, though. We've been going for about an hour and a half. Non-school days, 10, 11:30. Yeah, a lot of kids sleep in. I was always one of those kids, though, that was up early. Like, even on my, weekends when I was younger. I need to get back into that. I really do. Because I find myself, like, too, when I'm working out, it's like I'll wake up a little later. and I don't want to work out right away because I'm like, all right, I want to get some other stuff done that I would be doing right now if I would have woken up earlier and already got my workout in. So then I'm push my workout until like either at night before I go to bed that night, and then end up having to do it like the next morning, the day of, or the following day. So then it kind of throws my routine off, and I'm like working out twice in the span of like 8 hours versus, you know, every 24 hours. And not the same body part, so it's not like I'm, you know, overtraining anything, but the motivation that following morning to get into the gym isn't as much there because I literally just had a workout right before I took a shower and went to bed the night before. Couple passes made for Biffle down in turn 8 that time as he has caught the tail end of traffic once again. About a quarter tank of gas left at this point in the run for Biffle. Again, that first caution of the day was when everybody pitted the first and only other time. So if we do get into green flag pit stops, it'll be the first time we have seen green flag stops in today's race. 3 wide, down into turn 3. Biffle passing Scott Riggs and the generated fantasy driver in the 172. No, I'm not. I need to do more cardio. I'm not a runner at all. I hate running. Oh, 3 wide pass to turn 3 on Jimmy Spencer and Scott Wimmer. Get to see my man Dave Blaney in that 22 car in NASCAR 07. It'll be the first time we'll see Dave Blaney in a NASCAR game on the channel. How about that? Well, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, the only time I ever... Oh, we got another car blowing up. Looks like Shane Meal has blown an engine. Hopefully he can make it to pit road. See if we stay green long enough for that to be the case. Big dive and a crossover there for Greg Biffle to put the 00 of Kenny Wallace a second lap down in this one. Slendy 7003, thanks for tuning in. My favorite NASCAR driver right now is Ryan Blaney. Growing up, it was this guy, the Biff. That's the reason we're driving as him in this season. Going wide into the grass and almost hit the edge of that guardrail. Right off the exit of turn 2. I do believe Shane Meal has made it into the pits. So we continue to stay green after he blew an engine. Saw Mark Martin blow a motor earlier on in this green flag run as well. Yeah, I mean, I guess like for cardio, at least during golf season, I walk when I play golf, so I definitely get a lot more cardio in from like spring through fall. But yeah, this winter I have not done a lot. Not as much as I should. I should do something to incorporate that, knowing that I'm not golfing and walking the golf course with a bag. Oh boy, contact! Biffle's around! First caution that Biffle has been involved in today, and her 4th of the race. Made contact off the exit of turn 3 with Kyle Petty. He got a little loose trying to get back through the gears there, and then the contact just turned him right around. Earl Arnold Jr., thanks for tuning in. We were getting right towards green flag pit stops. This is not good for Biffle. He cannot pit for fuel or tires here because of causing the caution. And there's a good chance everybody else is going to hit pit road. Now this would keep Biffle in the lead if they all pit. But then he's going to have to make a green flag stop, and everybody else is not. And that's going to be interesting to see how this is going to go. After dominating over the first 100 laps of this race today, now he's got a problem. Maybe that lack of concentration came in right there. Yep, and it looks like everybody else is also on pit road. And again, Biffle will easily win the race out of the pits as a result of not having to take tires or fuel. But again, that was because we caused the caution. We did have some cars stay out, I guess. So that's interesting. Got a little bit of a split strategy. Greg Biffle not the only one. All the cars that stayed out of the pits, though, were lap cars. Nobody on the lead lap stayed out. Biffle slides the tires there on the restart. Had a bit of a wheel spin. Dale Jr. was second out of pit road. Not a good restart here for Greg Biffle this time, but he's on much older tires. They were just spinning. He couldn't take off well. Scott Riggs into the wall off of turn 2. Biffle gets by him to the outside and then back to the bottom into turn 3. So Biffle still led every lap, but the problem is right now... Oh, we got Kenny Wallace pitting. It's weird that some of the lap cars stayed out. Biffle back into clean air for now. They'll end up having to pit here right around lap 120. That'll be the first time he's going to lose the lead today, too. Now, with this being a road course and the fact he has the lead, there's a good chance... A little loose there, but there is a good chance that Biffle should be able to stay on the lead lap. Couple other cars on pit road back there, I believe. And Kenny Wallace just pitted from right in front of Biffle, and he cycled out in front of him, so I'm hoping that the 16 has a fast enough stop that he should stay on the lead lap. He is definitely going to lose the lead, though. And all that track position and dominating that he has done so far is going to come to an end here very shortly. At least temporarily. We'll have to fight back through traffic. He's just got to hope when he gives up the lead that neither Elliott Sadler or Carl Edwards are going to be able to take the lead while he is back here. That's going to be the big thing. Biffle making contact, same way he did with Kyle Petty right off turn 3. That time he hangs on to it, though. That looked very similar to how he spun. Want to have to do that again. Locking the tires up a little bit, down into turn 8. Still a 3.7 second lead. And growing. I think the second place car is still stuck behind the lap cars that got around him on the restart. Not sure if Dale Jr. would still be in second place or not. Biffle down on the apron. Going to get by Kenny Wallace to get back into clean air again in front of the 00, Aaron's Dream Machine for Michael Waltrip Racing. Very low on fuel now. Biffle stays out. That time, they'll probably stay out a couple more laps. Just in case we get a caution so he doesn't have to pit under green. When Biffle pits, it'll be the first official lead change of the race. Biffle stays out again. Locked up the rear tires that time rather than the front, getting down into turn 8. It's a little bit harder these last few laps, really trying to grow this lead out as much as he can before he pits. And even on older tires, he's still running a pretty solid pace. Has grip on older tires when he's not making contact with other race cars. Biffle will stay out this time by. He'll pit at lap 119. So he'll lead this time by. And then coming to lap 120, we will have a new leader for the first time today. And finally pick up that first lead change. Greg Biffle will lead the first 118 laps of tonight's race. I just realized it might be dark outside by the time this race is done for me. Started like early in the afternoon and then still ends up being dark outside by the time I'm done with it being in the winter. Biffle gonna be on his way in. And here he comes. Gotta make sure not to speed. He does not. Perfect pit road entry for Greg Biffle. No adjustments here. 4 tires and fuel for the 16, and he'll give up the lead for the first time today. A little bit of a mistake on pit road trying to get that left front tire off the race car as well. A little bit of issues. It's going to make for a little bit of a lengthy stop. Not good under green, but he should be able to stay in the lead lap. I'd like to believe. Which means he should be able to have clean air again then, with that being said, once he gets up to speed. Kurt Busch out in front for the first time today. 5 bonus points. Meaning that only Roush Fenway Fords have led. It appears as if we have 22 cars on the lead lap, and Biffle is the last of which, 33.5 seconds off the race lead. As he is getting up to speed here at Old Spice Speedway on these cold tires. And we'll look to try to take advantage of it. Biffle's got the fastest car in the field. Now he has slightly fresher tires as well. .026, fastest of the day. First lap out of the pits for Biffle. First full lap he was up to speed at least. That's unbelievable. Even more unbelievable if we can get down into the 44.9s or something ridiculous like that at any point in today's race. 45.024, even quicker that next lap. There's a long enough time in this race. Greg Biffle's got such a fast race car. I think he should be able to easily get up towards the front of the field if we have a long enough green flag run. I mean, obviously, it's going to take him a lot longer to get there. He's not going to run as quick of a pace as he is now, running his fastest laps once he gets into traffic. But before that, though, he's definitely getting quite a bit of this time back. Close to the wall he was down in turn 3 that time. That was about as close as you can get to it without hitting it, which is the idea. Really burning the edge with that race car. .908, there it is. He picked up over a tenth of a second from the last lap to that lap to run into the 44s for the first time today. If that doesn't prove he has the fastest car in the field, I don't know what will at this point. And he has just done an absolute great job of keeping everything intact. We lost a little bit of time on pit road too. He probably could be another second or two ahead, but that was a slow pit stop he had. Not too hurt about it though, considering how much longer we have left in this race. Dale Jr. to the lead. Kurt Busch no longer out in front. I don't know what corner specifically Earnhardt took the lead away from Busch. I don't know if he led that last time at the line or not. Oh, we've got a car stacking everybody up right now. That's what's going on. Biffle coming in hot. 4 wide, trying to miss Kurt Busch, who blew a motor. Kurt trying to get to pit road right now. Biffle's up to 14th all of a sudden. He just passed 8 cars for position through the S's. He gets by another by the name of Sterling Marlin. So that's how Dale Jr. got to the lead. Kurt Busch blew a motor while leading, and that's going to cost him a shot at the championship now with this DNF. He is not going to be within 156 points of the lead. He needed help, got a little bit of it mid-race by being able to take the lead with Biffle's miscue under the last caution, but now Kurt Busch has blown a motor. That is the second Roush Fenway Ford, though, to blow an engine in the first half of today's race. First Mark Martin, now Kurt Busch. That leaves just Matt Kenseth, Carl Edwards, and Greg Biffle left. So you have to wonder, with Edwards and Biffle still having a shot at the championship, what is that going to do for them? Are they going to be able to make it the rest of this race? That is a bit concerning considering the speed that the Roush cars have had today. Martin was the slowest of which, and he still blew a motor. I'm surprised everybody got by Kurt Busch 4 wide like they were doing. Not only without making contact with one another, but without wrecking. Kurt was trying to limp his car to pit road. He was able to do so successfully. When Kurt came into today's race with a chance at the championship, that will no longer be the case. He could stick a fork in him, and he is done. That gives us now just 5 drivers at the shot for the title here in these final race, and just over a half a race left here today. That does worry me a little bit, I'm not going to lie. Especially with this paint scheme, because we have DNF with this paint scheme a few times this year. Christopher McComas, thanks for tuning in. And Jimmy Johnson's really fallen back. He was in second for a large portion of the beginning of the race. Just outside the top 10 currently. Greg Biffle going to look to pass him for 11th in the next couple corners, really. Down into turn 8. Greg Biffle will make the pass on Johnson. A lot of damage on the back of the 21 car of Ricky Rudd right now. Pretty severe amount of damage, really. I'm not sure if he's a lap down or on the lead lap. And that was a lap car, because that was not a pass for position once Biffle got around him. Truex for position, though. He's had a great day. That one car so far, trying to side draft Greg Biffle there through turn 7 into 8. Biffle will still be able to outbrake him and get around him. 14.5 seconds off the lead. Kurt Busch did slow everybody up a little bit. Not as much as Biffle. Biffle was able to fly through there until he didn't have any room. Luckily, he was able to get on the brakes in time without slamming into anybody and risk wrecking his race car, but he definitely tried to get as many spots back as he could before that. Gotta imagine a 500-mile road course race would be extremely hard on the transmission, too. So 3 different leaders for 2 lead changes. Greg Biffle led the first 118 laps today before Kurt Busch took the lead. Then Busch blew an engine while leading, giving the lead to Dale Jr. just a handful of laps ago. And now Kevin Harvick going to take the lead away from Dale Jr. I think Dale Jr. might have blown an engine the last time by or something, because now all of a sudden Greg Biffle made another pass for position. He's up to 9th. That might be the second driver to blow an engine while leading today. All in the last, what, 10 laps? Between Kurt Busch and now Dale Jr. Harvick will lead his first lap at the line now. He is now the 4th different leader today. It's definitely a survival race today. We've had 4 cautions so far as well. Greg Biffle up to 8th, passing his teammate Matt Kenseth in turn 3. Clearing him by quite a big margin, too. We're trying to pull alongside the lap car of Scott Wimmer. We still have a little less than 200 laps to go to this point today. Yeah, you're correct. Final year of the Ford Taurus. In this game, we only got a couple races left before we have the Fusion. Wonder why it took him so long to get to the Mustang. You would have thought that that would have been in NASCAR for a really long time. They would have gone more for the sports car type. Wide into the grass there for Biffle. Gets by Borised, I believe is still lapped down. Bobby Labonte just up in front is still in this race after flipping after hitting the tire barrier, so that got lap 52. Drove it in way too deep. Labonte kind of did also, though. Labonte got his first win of the season at Texas, 2/3 of the way through the year. Harvick just got his first win in the Southern 500 just 3 races ago. Now is leading again late in the season, trying to get potentially his second win. On the final, potentially 5 races of the year would be pretty impressive. Despite the fact he has been outside the top 10 in points pretty much all season. Pass on Labonte was for 5th place. Elliott Sadler currently in 4th. Greg Biffle running him down. I believe that leaves the 99 of Carl Edwards in 3rd. Just up ahead of these guys as well. Said the wheel spacing was too narrow on the Mustangs? Gotcha. Well, that answers my question. If we're diving in a little too early in the S's. Still past Elliott Sadler well before then for 4th. And closing on Carl Edwards. I think Dale Jarrett's in 2nd just up ahead unless he's a lap down. I don't think he is. Good run for the 88. Got his first win of the season at Dover very early in the year. That was back when he was in the top 5 in points still. Edwards drops back another spot. Biffle to 3rd. Edwards and Sadler have not led today through 141 laps. Used to drive a Ford Taurus? Was it because of NASCAR? Is that the reason why you went for it? So it sounds like Mark Martin is going to return to the racetrack after having an engine issue earlier in the day. We'll see if that statement for Biffle's crew chief is going to be accurate. I don't think Martin's made his way back onto the track yet. Still got the red X. Pass for 2nd made for Greg Biffle on Dale Jarrett, and he's just about a 1.5 off the race lead from Kevin Harvick. Going to quickly get back to the lead for the 2nd different time today after leading the first 118 laps. It's probably another, I'd probably say 2 laps away from getting by Harvick at the rate of speed he is closing in on the 29 car. 28 likes on the stream so far. Be sure to like, subscribe if you haven't already. Definitely an interesting race up to this point. There's been quite a bit that has happened sporadically throughout the first 143 laps. I'm sure we'll still have more of that to come. I think next lap in turn 3, you're going to look at Biffle having a shot to get to Harvick for the lead. Harvick should be able to lead this next lap at the start-finish line yet. Oh, little bump from behind there. Never mind. No, he didn't. Biffle leads that lap by inches. Little bump from the 16 to the 29. They'll be side by side for the lead still down into turn 1. Into turn 2 they go. Harvick going wide. He's up into the guardrail. Pushed too hard trying to stay alongside Greg Biffle there. And Greg Biffle leads for the second time today at the Old Spice Speedway. Yeah, Martin's still out, by the way. He did not return back to the racetrack. Even if he did, he'd be very slow the rest of the race. It'll be kind of similar to what we saw from Ken's at the dock side. He blew an engine there. We have seen Roush cars blow engines quite a bit in recent races, though. Between Ken's at the dock side, Carl Edwards at Chicagoland, Martin and Kurt Busch today. Good chance we cut the field size contending for a title from 6 to 3. Cut it down into half today. The way it's running, Sadler and Edwards, although they haven't led any laps, they're both in the top 5. So even if Biffle wins, gets a max points day, he will not clinch the championship. And it'll be a 3-driver race for the championship at Talladega in the season finale. Leaked the light. Okay, so I had nothing. Oh, it was your first car. I see. Yeah, a 1994 Ford Explorer was my first car. Mind you, that 1994 in the year 2026 is pretty old. It did not last me a long time. I think I got like 6 months out of it, and that was about it. We called it the Exploder. They had a lot of problems with it. Ford Explorer. And literally the final detonation of that car, which led me to having to get the car I still have today, would have been the head gasket blowing on it. So, yeah, it literally exploded. I mean, it didn't literally explode. It was a smoky mess. There was no fire, but it was fitting of the name that we had for it. I bought it for $200 off my mom's boss at work. Used it for a work car for a long time, and then he just didn't trust it to travel too far anymore, so he was willing to sell it. I didn't really go anywhere in that car. I basically just took it to work and back for like 6 months, and then it gave out on me. Big dive into turn 3. If we're getting by the 174. First was a 1977 Ford F-150. Sounds like we've had a lot of Fords as our first vehicles. I waited for somebody to say something outlandish like in the chat, like, oh, my first car was a Cadillac convertible. Just to blow us all out of the water. Yeah, I watched the majority of that game. At least when we got done streaming. I missed the first quarter, and there was... I mean, it pretty much wasn't a game when I was watching for the most part. Halfway on field during this run. But he's going to have to pit before Biffle, because remember, Greg Biffle ended up hitting pit road pretty early after that restart when everybody else pitted during the fourth caution of the day. He has gotten back to the lead during this run, but they will have to pit slightly before him by about 10 laps or so. So while Biffle could go nearly 30 more laps on fuel, 30 to 35 laps, everybody else probably looking more towards 20 to 25 laps. Biffle's still going to take this run as far as he can, try to lead as many laps as possible. And of course, try to keep Carl Edwards and Elliott Sadler from leading any laps, which so far has been the case. Frank T92, thanks for tuning in. Yes, this is a 100% race. Actually, you know what? It's more like a 200% race, if you think about it. You know, most road course races are less than 100 laps, not 333. Outside of Sonoma, which is like 110, I can't think of another NASCAR road race that has over 100 laps. I think that's it. There's a reason for it. This is why, so it's not 5+ hours. And we're like only 2 hours in. This is not... This is a test today. You better hit that like button. If you have not hit that like button, you need to do it for me. I don't usually like beg. I'll ask you guys to hit the like button because it helps the channel out. I am begging you to hit that like button today. I deserve it. I deserve this one. Trying to make this as entertaining as I can throughout so I don't fall asleep on myself. Contact there with Travis Quaffle. Why is this even an option to race this race at this rate in this game? I don't know how I kept it off the wall there. 77 ran a bit wide. Biffle was trying to give him room and went off into the grass. Allowed for Quaffle to get back by the Biff. Yeah, Road America 333 laps. That race might take 24 hours. They would have to delay the race overnight to run it again the next day, and they still might not finish it. A bit of contact between Quaffle and Burton that time in turn 8 allowed Biffle to get to the inside. They're 3 wide right now heading towards turn 1. This is going to be interesting. Biffle did a smart thing. He made it through turn 1, but then he backed off. He let the 31 to 77 go. Now he dives it down into turn 3, and he'll pass them both there. That was a veteran move by the Biff. Especially still in the first half of this long race. Our goal's 50 likes, by the way, today, and we're at 30 already, so we're pacing very well to hit that, but still, I mean, hey, let's go for more than 50. 50 is always the goal, or 50 is the goal for today. There's always a goal, but if we obliterate that goal, it makes it look even better. Jimmy Spencer in the 50, the next lap car up in front of Greg Biffle. I think this is the last we'll see Jimmy Spencer in a NASCAR video game. Is NASCAR 6 the last video game Jimmy Spencer was in? Honestly, forgot he was in this game, to be completely honest. Derek Cope was in that car in NASCAR 05. I forgot that car was even in this game. I know in NASCAR 07, the 50 isn't. I don't think the 50 car is in that game. Yeah, winner of today's NFL games will play next week against the teams that won yesterday. Casey Kane going wide, emerging back onto the track there. A little contact from Greg Biffle getting into turn 3. And they'll still be side by side off the exit of the corner. Kind of a donut on the left side door of the 9 as well, right on the number. Contact between Biffle and Leffler. Biffle continues to battle the 11. And now he's clear. Option for how many laps you want the race, not the percentage. Yeah, that'd be a pretty cool feature. I'd be opposed to that. The only thing is, though, I mean, I think it should give you an option for what the full race is, because I feel like a lot of people don't know or don't remember how many laps a specific race is. I feel like there's a lot of NASCAR fans, sure, the bigger races, you remember how many laps there are, but I feel like with a mile and a half like Kansas, for instance, I feel like a lot of people don't remember it's 267 laps because it's an odd number. Like, it's not a whole number like a 300 or something like that. So, like, I feel like a lot of fans, like, just wouldn't know. So if they're trying to dissect a race, like, say, to 50%, they may think, oh, I think the race is 200 laps or 250 laps, so they try to do half of it, and they're really doing even less than half. Or 25% of it, and then they're doing less than 25% of the race. So I feel like there should still be an option for it, but I think there should be an option just to run however many laps you want to run, too. That'd be pretty cool. Alright, Newman up into the guardrail. Trying to keep up with the 40 of Sterling Marlin. Newman brought out one of the 4 cautions today with that debris yellow he had earlier. Oh, Sterling Marlin got a pit. And I saw somebody else on pit road too. So we have green flag pit stops going on right now at Old Spice Speedway. Oh, man. Ryan Newman basically just drove himself into the wall with Greg Biffle. Went straight as he drove it off too deep into turn 2. Joe Nemechek able to get his lap back temporarily as a result. Biffle on the inside of Ryan Newman. Will get around him. And he'll drop in line right behind Joe Nemechek. Jason Leffler coming out of the pits. Kenseth's in the pits right now. You can see the mark on the guardrail from Newman and Biffle. Luckily, it didn't bring out a caution. I would have put Biffle in the same situation he was in really about 50 laps ago or so. Carl Edwards is in now, too. It's weird seeing all the X's over the Roush Fenway cars. 2 of them are in the pits, though. Kenseth finally out of pit road. And up to speed. Carl Edwards still in the pits. Once all the lead lap cars pit, Greg Biffle's going to have a 1-lap lead on the field until he hits pit road. Biffle going to get by the 10. Still has the 01 of Nemechek back in front of him, who just came off of pit road that last time by. Cycled out right in front of Riggs. Biffle down to the bottom to get by the 01. I remember it was pretty cool when they finally got custom schedules into NASCAR Heat 5. It was like, man, it took them 5 games to finally get it, and then with NASCAR 21 Ignition, it went away. Obviously, it was a new developer, but it's like I waited so long for like my favorite NASCAR feature to come back, and then it was back for 1 year, and then it was gone again with the next developer. I mean, we kind of kept it incorporated in some way. I just have to do the points myself as a result of it. We don't even have a season mode. That's the sad part. Like, how do you not even have a season mode? And I tried to do a career mode in replace of it, but then the career mode crashed and it reset my career. So everything I did in that first season through all but 3 races, we literally had 3 races left, it crashed, brought me all the way back to like the 6th or 7th race. I don't know how it did that. There's no save option in the game either. So it wasn't like I wasn't saving the game into a profile or something. Like, there isn't even an option to do that. It automatically saves everything. So when that happened, yeah, that definitely stunk for the channel that we lost the career mode. Especially that far in. I plan on doing a couple seasons of it. Didn't even get 1 full season in. Officially halfway, yeah, finally. Halfway home. Biffle's led all but probably 30 or 40 laps today, so he's going to end up clinching the most laps led here. Probably around lap 200 at the rate he is going at right now. Picker did not have that fast of a pit stop. He does have a 1-lap lead on the field, but still has to make his 3rd stop of the day. Everybody else has already pitted 3 times. Different strategy, because that was the first green flag stop we've seen from anybody today other than Biffle. And a couple lap cars that stayed out of the pits during the last caution as well. Also pitted around the time Biffle did on his 2nd stop. Close to lap 120, just shy of it. So it sounds like Shane Meal, who blew a motor, is going to try to come back into this race, although our crew chief said that with Mark Martin earlier, and Martin's still out. Wonder if that'll be the case with Meal. Ricky Rudd still has a lot of damage on his car. It was like that the last time we saw him as well. We'll Power slide there in turn 3 for Biffle. He was unable to pass the 22 or the 21 because of it. Clean pass on Wimmer. Hops in line right behind Rudd. Stecklin's still flapping in the wind. Surprised it hasn't came off. Little contact with Ricky. Oh, and he just got turned into the guardrail. And turn 2. No caution. We stay green. That would not have been a good caution for Biffle. Again, if we cause the yellow, we can't pit for fuel or tires during the caution, so... That would have been unfortunate. It would have trapped everybody a lap down, too. That would have been very similar to what happened in our truck race last night. I still feel bad about finishing second in that race as a result. So we probably shouldn't have finished that high up in the running order. Just off of raw speed alone. We are very close to approaching the longest green flag run of the race today, and in fact, now that I'm thinking about it, I believe we have already approached the longest green flag run. I think we restarted at lap 111, which would, as of right now, make this about a 64 going on a 65 lap green flag run. Our previous longest was 52 laps, which was the start of the race today. Then we had those 4 cautions within about a 50-lap stretch of one another, and now we've gone over 60 laps without a yellow. Wanting a big X on Carl Edwards. And Calamity implodes. That'd be something. I'd actually be kind of scared, though, if he blows a motor, too. Either him or Kenza, just because Greg Biffle's still in this thing right now. And we have had 2 Roush cars blow engines already this early in the race. Rusty Walls went a lap down that lap. Second lap down, I guess, technically. Jamie McMurray goes a lap down in turn 8 as well. But we will be having the 3rd pit stop of the day for Greg Biffle coming up very soon. It'll be the 2nd green flag stop of the day when it approaches. And he will no longer be 1 lap ahead of the field. He'll stay out this time by, probably going to pit at lap 180. I think that'll be the plan. We'll pit at lap 180. And go from there. Oh, the red X over Edwards, just a prediction of yours? I mean, it's possible. Already lost 40% of their Roush cars. We get a third one out of the race, then you start to wonder if any of them will even make it to the end. Biffle will stay out this time by after getting by Michael Waltrip. Turn 3, Jimmy Johnson, Mark Trix Jr., the next two cars in front of him. Biffle stays out that time by. He'll pit this lap coming up at lap 180. Again, that was the plan. It'll be the third stop of the day and the second green flag stop of this green flag run for the Biff. Starting to look closer to a 5-stop race than a 4-stop race. I think everybody pitting during that first caution at lap 52 was a big indicator of this being stretched to a 5-stop race. Biffle back out of the gas, had to let Jimmy Johnson go so he can get into the pit lane this time. And down onto pit road goes Biffle. Slides on his way into the pits there, almost spun out. Luckily didn't, catches the car, and now he can change those tires after burning them off the car just a little extra right before hitting the commitment line. There's Martin still in the pits. NASCAR 6 final game for Rusty Walsh, Jason Leffler, John Andretti, Borsett, Terry Labonte, and Jimmy Spencer. Well, Leffler would have been in the Busch Series still in the other NASCAR games. But yeah, that's it for the Cup side. Are you sure Borsett wasn't? I feel like Borsett might have been in some other NASCAR games, though, too. I think he's in the Busch Series in NASCAR 07, if I remember correctly. I don't think he's in the Cup side there. Terry Labonte, I think, is in other Cup games. He's definitely not in 07. He might not be in any of the EA games anymore, but I think he might be in the 32 when he gets into the Eutechnics games. I haven't played the Eutechnics games, but I remember some of the driver lineups just from other YouTubers I had watched play some of those games on their channels. Waiting to see exactly what the lead is going to be for Biffle. Looks like about 29.5 second lead right now for the Biff. It's a much cleaner green flag stop than before. So there are quite a few cars a lap down right now. But if we get another caution, all it does is stack everybody back up again. So 2 more pit stops to go. We're past halfway. We'll alternate through the different camera angles for the second and final time in today's race for about the next dozen laps. Running component cables for the PS2. Yeah, I have like some sort of an adapter that I'm able to play the PS2 on like my TV because I have a LG Or sorry, a Roku TV. So that's how I'm able to like actually get on the TV, and then I have an HDMI that runs through my game capture card that I'm able to plug into my laptop, which gives you guys the gameplay on OBS. I have just like a bunch of cables running everywhere when I'm playing on the PS2. So Greg Biffle's just clinched the most laps led after leading that most recent lap at the start-finish line that time by. So he has locked up 10 bonus points and now looking for a max points day for the second consecutive race. And what a day this could be for Greg Biffle. Average finish just below a 12 coming in. Just overall a great season. I think our truck race at Old Spice Speedway is 133 laps on this game. We have still over a full truck race yet to go on this track. Like, that's how much longer we still have left in this thing. This is ridiculous. The fact that I chose to put this race on the schedule, and this late in the season, too. The reason why I put it this late in the season was because I knew it was a long race and I didn't want to do it, but I still put it on here because I wanted every track on this game in this schedule. Or at least all the fantasy road courses. Hence the reason why we're even running this to begin with. I can tell you, I don't think I'm going to do it again, though. This is probably going to be it for Old Spice Cup Series. Oh my gosh. Oh no. I was just hoping nobody was going to clock me from behind when I came back across the track. See, this is the stuff that goes through when you're running this long of a race. You start to have moments where you start to daydream maybe a little too much. And then that happens. Wow, I mean, I hit the inside wall, which kind of launched me into the outside wall from turn 6 into turn 7. And then when I came back across the track that second time, I was just waiting for Boris Said, Kenseth or Stewart that just got around me to just completely clock me. Very fortunate there was nobody there. And Greg Biffle will be able to live to tell the story here as he continues to lead. I think this race is going to start to feel more and more rewarding the closer we get to the finish, though. We get down to like 30, 40 to go, it's actually not going to feel that bad anymore, I don't think. I'm hoping. Still side by side right now between Tony Stewart and Greg Biffle. Biffle trying to give him some room. Down into turn 8. Powers through the braking zone to finally clear smoke. Yeah, I don't think I'd survive the rest of the race in driver view. Not in a console game. Looking to put Kenseth the lap down into turn 3 and does. Also gets by Boris Said again. And it's right back to where he was a couple laps ago when he ended up clipping the wall. .4 lead and growing. If I didn't make that one mistake earlier, just over 100 laps into the race, we could have had the capability of going wire to wire today. Just based off of speed alone. Obviously, the pit crew would have still had to put some clean stops together, which for the most part they have today. At least when it has mattered. Which was just pretty much one stop where he had to pit under caution. He's been off sequence with the other 2 green flag stops, and he's had such a fast car, he's able to make up so much time anyway that it hasn't really affected him, even with the one stop being a little bit slower on the left front. That middle stop of the 3 he's had so far was the slowest. Pit stop he had under caution, that first one of the day, that was pretty good. I mean, went in with the lead, came out with the lead, 4-tire stop. That was definitely the best of the 3 today. 140 laps to go still, this time by at the start-finish line. Kind of much like an endurance race, you were expecting moments in this thing where, you know, even if it wasn't Biffle coming in today, I was expecting somebody to have decent gap over the rest of the field or second place and the field to get pretty spaced apart. But then when we do get cautions, it does obviously bunch it back together. Which an endurance race would still have that happen. But you definitely have a lot of different guys on a lot of different laps, though, too. Just with mechanical, you know, things that could go on wrong throughout the course of a long race like this. And we've had our fair share of DNFs already today with those 4 cautions. But we are over 80 laps into this current green flag run, and I mentioned earlier on that I think we could see a green flag run over 100 laps still, and that was after the 4th yellow that happened, and I just wasn't sure if it was going to be that run, and we are still green flag in. It was going to be a run later, but I felt that it was possible that it could have taken place. 3 wide dive bomb for Biffle, made it pan out in a perfect corner there as he gets by Terry Labonte and Kyle Busch. Nearly ran a 45 flat. I think it was an 45.006. Bobby Labonte, last car in the lead lap right now. The fact he flipped and is still running as good as he is, let alone in the race, pretty impressive of itself. He's had some good runs late in the season. Got his first win middle of the year. We've had 13 different winners so far. And with Talladega being the season finale, I think there's still a good chance we can get a 14th different winner, even if it's not today, in what is a wild card race when you consider the fact this is the first race for the Cup cars at Old Spice Speedway. But at the same time, and the endurance factor of it, but at the same time, I didn't think I think Biffle's going to dominate quite like he has so far. I have a chance to lead over 3,000 laps this season. I was going to have to lead a lot of laps in the last 2 races, though, in order to do it. But after what has gone on so far today, I mean, we could lead pretty close to 300 laps. I think that would give me less than 100 laps I'll have to lead at Talladega. So it's not impossible that I could go out here and lead that many this season. I think it's 3,000. It might be 4,000. Let me check real quick. Dang it. I don't think I'm going to be able to check without pausing it. Well, never mind. Elliott Sadler in the 38's the last car in the lead lap. Jimmy Spencer going another lap down at the hands of Greg Biffle. Actually, yeah, we've led over 3,500 laps so far this season. 333 in this race, 188 in the final race at Talladega. We have officially 3,538 laps led on the season going into today's race. If I can lead about 300, I guess I'd still have to lead a little. We're going to have to lead a lot of laps at Talladega to reach it. But if I can dominate Talladega and continue to dominate today's race, we have a chance to lead over 4,000 laps this season. And if I win the last 2 races, 17 wins. Contact with Elliott Sadler. That launched him into Brian Vickers. Lap 200 now. I'm not going to lie, I'm getting a little hungry. Good thing I have nothing to accomplish the rest of the day. Because this is going to absolutely just kill all my brain cells. Whatever brain cells I have left in my brain, they're going to be absolutely destroyed. We have not paused this either. I mean, most of you guys probably know I don't usually pause the game unless I absolutely need to. I'm also glad that I didn't drink a bunch of water before the start of this race. That I haven't had to go to the bathroom either, so I'm proud of myself. Try to get this done legitimately. Dale Jarrett going to go a lap down. Jeff Burton goes another lap down. Greg Biffle, I believe the only cars he has to lap yet are Carl Edwards and Kevin Harvick. And then he will have lapped the entire field. Now, if we still get a yellow while he's got a 1-lap lead on the field, then that would mean that second place would get the free pass. And Edwards and Harvick are battling for second on the racetrack right now. And obviously with Edwards being a championship contender, he has not led a lap yet today. Still has over 100 to try to do so, though. But needs to be in the free pass position in case something goes wrong here for Greg Biffle. Or at least with a potential caution. Biffle drives it in deep, though, into turn 3. He'll lap Carl Edwards that time. Now trying to get by the 29 of Harvick next. Down into turn 8. And Greg Biffle will clear Kevin Harvick easily. 202 laps in, and Greg Biffle has lapped the field. And at the Old Spice Speedway, he continues to dominate. Harvick in second in the free pass position if we see a caution before the end. Just over 90 laps into the green flag run, so we'd have to go quite a ways longer if Biffle's going to end up catching these guys a second time. So as long as Harvick doesn't go more than a lap down, or whoever the second place car is doesn't go more than a lap down when a caution comes out, they'll at least get the free pass and have another shot at it. And the restarts have been pretty crazy today. And although Biffle never lost the lead on a restart today, he came close a couple times. So you just never know. Especially if that caution comes out very late in this race. That's why you can't count anybody out of it. That does help him quite a bit. I was kind of committed to the fact I was going to make contact with Leffler going into that corner. I'm surprised I didn't. He did a good job giving me a lot of room because I definitely drove it in pretty deep. Went up the track, but he kind of did too. Speaking of going up the track, he just did right there. Oh my gosh. Hard into the wall in turn 2. He went so far wide in turn 1 that he flatlined the entry to turn 2 and ended up into the guardrail on the outside. I don't know if he got the wall in turn 2 on the bottom, which launched him into the top or not. Whatever the case was, he hit the wall pretty hard. He fell way back immediately after the fact, but no caution. We continue to stay green. Biffle continues to put more cars multiple laps down, including Travis Quaffle, that time through turn 8. I think Ryan Newman's my only rival. Oh, I did the same thing I did however many laps ago I did it in the in-car cam. Just did it again right there. Clipped the inside wall in turn 6. I didn't do that at all the entire first, like, 180 laps. I've done it twice in the last 30 laps now. I don't know why I'm doing that. It's a lot harder when the race isn't that close, too, to try to stay focused. I feel like it'd be easier in this situation to metaphorically fall asleep behind the wheel. It just gets enhanced with the distance of this thing. Matt Kenseth, Herschel McGriff, Shelmerdine into the Hall of Fame. Yep. Side by side with Newman. I don't think Newman's mad enough to make contact with Biffle, though. Despite being rivals. At least I hope not, because that would not be good in this situation. The same corner, those two made contact earlier. Newman did a good job keeping it off the 16 that time. It looked like he lifted off the exit of the corner, which allowed for Biffle to clear him. Biffle got to get by Joe Nemechek in the 0-1 now. A little contact there off turn 3, but clears him nonetheless. We still have one more field pass yet to get to in today's race. But we'll wait it out at least until everybody hits pit road again. Like contact between Ricky Rudd and Greg Biffle. Our second field pass, we're going to have to run more laps with the 17 and the 99, considering the fact that the 6 and the 97 are out. And with less cars in this race with the DNFs we have had, not sure how many exactly are out, but we have had quite a few as expected, and I'm sure we'll see more before the end. I'm just kind of wondering that the possibility of there being a caution may be less and less, at least for accident purposes, although we have had 2 of our 4 cautions come out due to debris and not because of accidents. Corner through turn 2 there. Going wide. Half a tank of gas left for Greg Biffle at this point in the run. Finally get by Scott Wimmer. Wimmer gave him a lot more room in turn 8 that time. Under 22 laps still to go. We have 34 likes on the stream. So be sure to hit the like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you haven't yet. Our goal was 50 at the beginning of the race today. I figure with the distance of this race that we have a good chance to get there. We're still on pace to getting there right now. So hopefully we can do so. We are just a couple minutes away from hitting the 3-hour mark as well, which is fitting considering that we have gone just over 200 laps. Expected that that would likely be the case around this mark. Gotta expect the Cup cars being a little bit quicker than the Busch cars, probably why we have gone a little after 200 laps before hitting the 3-hour mark, but even still, I mean, this is wildly long event. That's one thing with the season-long points format, too. We can't just mail it in. Especially this late in the year. Like, we have to finish this thing at all costs. Even if we were having a bad day. Makes it a little easier for myself knowing I've got a good chance to win. Locking the tires up into turn 8 as he gets by Jeremy Mayfield. Contact between the 19 and the 40. Quite a bit, actually. Turn 3 that time. recap the race for you. You missed. Well, when did you tune out? We've gone over 100 laps without a caution, so if you've missed any of the last, like, if you saw the first 4 cautions of the race today, we haven't had one since. This has been a really long green flag run. And what is by far, again, the longest race of the season. Biffle's lapped the field right now. I would imagine we're going to be seeing cars make green flag pit stops. Yep, there they go. We got a couple of them on pit road as we speak. Like Martin Truex Jr. was on his way in. Biffle's car kind of bottomed out a little bit in the middle of the corner that time. 12, oh man, that was a while ago. Yeah, we had a caution at lap 52. Second caution at lap 60. Yeah, it was 60. Third caution at lap 81. And then just over 100 laps into the race, we had a 4th yellow. And that's where we're sitting at right now. There's 4 cautions on the race. Greg Biffle's already clinched the most laps led. So it'll be a 10 bonus point performance for him. 198 up into the guardrail off of turn 2. Carl Edwards is on pit road making a green flag pit stop right now. Biffle will have a 2-lap lead on the field once they all pit, but he's going to be able to go a little bit longer before he makes his 4th stop. Everybody else that is pitting now is pitting for the 4th time today. And the 2nd time for them under green flag conditions. Biffle's made 2 green flag stops and 1 under caution. He hasn't pitted under yellow since the first caution of the day. Everybody else pitted during the 1st and 4th yellows. It's by Rusty Walls before getting into the pits there. Walls going wide over turn 1. A bit wide turn 2, but not as bad. Kept it on the track at least. Edwards back on the racetrack and up to speed after leaving pit road. Hoping this thing cycles through so he doesn't get trapped 2 laps down. He was in a battle for 2nd, which would be the free pass position with Kevin Harvick there for a little bit. Down into turn 8. Biffle power brakes by Jamie Mack. 112 to go. We're up to 35 likes on the stream, so we're only 15 away from our goal. Still over 100 laps left. I mean, unless Greg Biffle can somehow make it to about 70 laps to go, then he'd be able to make it on fuel in 1 more stop, but I doubt he's going to be able to go that far. He's been halfway on fuel here for a little bit now. Contact with the 172. Block him now as they cross the bridge. 172 up into the wall in turn 1, and even harder into the wall in turn 2. Truex has already pit, so he's got fresher tires than the 16. Allowed him to stay in front of Biffle there, even though Biffle got alongside of him in turn 3. We're going to try to outbrake him, though, in turn 8, and does successfully. Laps the 1 car again. So there it is. Now he's got a 2-lap lead. Yeah, knowing it's a 2-stop race, I think I'm going to end up short pitting again. Try not to lose as much time on a little bit older tires than the leaders this time around. Give it a few more laps. We'll still come out of the pits with a 1-lap lead. What happened since lap 175? A whole lot of nothing. Still green. Waiting on Biffle to make his 4th stop of the race here in the next few laps. Quarter tank of fuel left. Go quite a bit longer, but no sense of pushing it all the way to the end of the run now. You know you have 2 stops left regardless. No sense of having to push it all the way to the end of the tire stint, especially on a road course. Had a little bit of clean air there for a while as well. He's starting to slowly catch up to a lot of other race cars, though. Any more blown engines? Not that I've seen. Not in the Roush Fenway camp either. Okay, Kurt Busch and Mark Martin both blew engines in the first 150 laps of the race. Before we got to halfway. Jimmy Johnson dealing with Kenny Wallace in the 0-0 right now. Biffle gets by John Andretti, pulls quickly alongside Kenny Wallace. Jimmy Johnson cleared him in turn 8. We're going to pit this time by. Biffle clears the 0-0 before getting into turn 1. Kenny up into the wall off turn 2. Andretti closes in on him. Johnson power slides. Or I should say Biffle power slides by Johnson. Greg Biffle will sit behind Michael Waltrip as he'll be coming in this time. Second to last stop of the day for Greg Biffle. And that is a pit road speeding penalty for Greg Biffle. He had about 74 miles an hour when he hit the commitment line. And the limit is 70 at every track on this game. It's going to be a 5-second penalty, though. Luckily, it's not like it's a pass-through or something of that nature, so he should still be a lap ahead of the field, I would like to imagine. And he'll still have a full lap lead. But the 5-second penalty will be endured in his pit box. They'll hold him a little bit after they finish putting the tires on the car, fueling it up. There you go. See the official holding him. So pit road speeding penalty for Greg Biffle in the second to last stop of the day. I mean, I've never had JBL Bluetooth headphones, but I have had Skull Candy, and those are pretty good. I feel like JBL, there might be a little more like durable, though. You might be able to get more longevity out of them, from what I've heard. So Greg Biffle still has a 1-lap lead. Little over 100 laps to go. Greg Biffle has already served that speeding penalty. It's by Kenny Walls cleanly in turn 8. John Andretti almost going way up off the racetrack there. The outside. 36 likes now. We're 14 away from 50. So again, hit that like button if you haven't done so already. Subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Rick, thanks for tuning in. Glad that you're late. Enjoyed last night's stream. Appreciate it. Yeah, last night was kind of a sloppy race. This one is just a... I don't even know. I mean, this is long. This is ridiculous that we're even doing this. That I'm doing this. You guys are just watching. But I'd imagine it's maybe just as painful for you guys as it is for me. Bump and run there on Jimmy Johnson. JJ in danger of having his championship hopes go away after a pretty good run at Dockside where he led quite a few laps in that race. Over 100 laps, in fact. And just was not able to get the win. Finished second in the closing stages. Still remains winless. Another top 5 run today. He's been in the top 5 all race. Hasn't led today, though. The only drivers to lead at least 1 lap today would be Greg Biffle, Kevin Harvick, Dale Jr., and Kurt Busch. Both Dale Jr. and Kurt Busch blew engines while leading at one point in this race. In the first half, and Biffle's just absolutely obliterated the field. At the very beginning of the race, he led the first 118 laps before Busch took the lead. It's basically because Biffle was off sequence with pit stops after that 4th caution. Waltrip gets up into Greg Biffle there. Like he slid wide in turn 2, made contact with the 16. Biffle drives on. 100 laps to go at the start-finish line, this time by Let me know down in the chat if you think you're going to see another caution in the race today. It's sitting at 4 for quite some time, over 120 laps. It'll be actually officially 125 laps we've gone without a caution. Over double the amount of time our previous longest green flag run was until this one. Contact with Kyle Petty. Kind of hoping it stays green though, at least until we lap the field twice. Which is still going to be a while before we get there, but that would keep anybody who is in second, whether it be Kevin Harvick, Carl Edwards, or even somebody else, maybe Elliott Sadler. Think we're going to have 5 more cautions? We had 4 in a 50-lap stretch. I guess that's not too out of the ordinary. Whoa! Kenny Schrader trying to take out Greg Biffle. What was that all about? It's not even a rival. Biffle holding on to the car. Schrader maybe having a lapse of judgment there. 20 more, jeez. You might as well be bold with the prediction. What's the worst case scenario? You're wrong. So be it. Might as well go bold with him. Driving like that, we'll see 20 more cautions. Felt Biffle gave him enough room there. Now Schrader just popped the inside wall at turn 6. He's all over the place right now. Biffle would like to just get around him. It's exactly what he'll do in turn 8. Now we're down to 94 laps left. Trudging right along. Matt Kenseth just in front of Greg Biffle right now. We'll actually transfer to Kenseth at the start-finish line this time by. We'll take our second and final field pass of the day. Just going to sit in line behind Scott Riggs. At least on entry into turn 8. It'll get underneath him off the exit. Into Kenseth we go. Oh, caution! I think Biffle's got a problem. Our 5th yellow of the race. The leader. That was like right as we did the field swap. I saw him drive into the 10 of Riggs. Like a 5-year-old was behind the wheel all of a sudden. Couldn't see over the steering wheel, so he just hung it right. Like one of those like RC cars. Kenseth staying out. It looked like some cars stayed out, some pitted there. But not everybody hit pit road. That's going to give second place their lap back. Green flag back in the air. It looked like Kevin Harvick will be back on the lead lap with the caution. He'll be at the tail end of the longest line, though. Biffle is still in the race. Our first caution in about 130 laps. Jarrett Sadler trying to get their laps back. Sadler's going to get up into the wall on the outside of turn 2. Kenseth's going to get back on the lead lap. Dive bomb to the inside of Dale Jarrett. Kenseth's up to third. He was almost 2 laps down because Biffle's right behind him, and now he's back on the lead lap. How quickly things can turn around. Crazy. Almost 3.5 hours into the race today, we have had 5 cautions. A little less than 90 laps, though, still to go on this road course. Kenseth ran a 44.882 that last lap, his fastest of the day. I wonder if there's a potential opportunity that Kevin Harvick pitted during that last caution. We saw some cars pit. Majority of the field stayed out, but some did pit. Which would make things a bit interesting, though. They would still have to pit one more time because they're well outside the fuel window, which is about 70 laps at the very most you can go on fuel. So I don't know. We'll just transfer back and forth between Edwards and Kenseth a couple times then. So we'll go to Edwards now. We'll go back to Kenseth in a little bit. We'll see where that 99 is running, which he is in 4th. He is the first car 1 lap down as of right now, trying to get back on the lead lap in front of the 16 of Biffle. At least the 3 Roush cars that are still in this race are in the top 4. And now all on the lead lap as Edwards will get his lap back on Greg Biffle there. I don't think he's going to be able to run down Matt Kenseth, but we'll see. Got a slow car right now that might have missed pit road. Actually, never mind. I was looking at the track map trying to figure out who that was. It was Matt Kenseth. It's like, who is that ahead of us? I'm so stupid. I told you, my brain's going to be fried at the end of this stream. We're 250 laps in. We're so close. Go back to Matt Kenseth at the start-finish line this time by. Edwards lost a little bit of time to the 17 there. Travis Kenseth for about 4 laps. No problem with Greg Biffle that time. I think it was just because we were swapping to the 16 from, or to the 17 from the 16. I've noticed it only tends to happen when you have teammates out of the race. Either that or if you like flip earlier on in the day and we're in a serious accident, it does that then too. But it's not every time either. Sometimes it doesn't. It's alright. Biffle's still leading. That's all that matters. No severe damage on the car. He's done a great job today. Two more laps of the 17, then we'll go back to 90 to the 99 one more time, and then with Biffle, the rest of the race after that. Still at 37 likes on the stream. Be sure to hit the like button. Subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you haven't already. Watching the Old Spice 500 at the Old Spice Speedway today. 500 miles on a road course. And in this race, we are about 3.5 hours in. Caution's probably prolonging this race just a little bit more also. I was expecting this race to be 5+ hours. Maybe it'll time in a little less than that. We'll get to see the actual lap's race time at the very end. Fastest lap of the day, that last lap for Eddie Roush car, 44.7 for Matt Kenseth. I didn't think we'd see lap times in the 44s at all. We've seen 44 9s and 8s out of Biffle at times, and now you just saw a 44.7 out of Matt Kenseth there, who is in third. And we have another caution for the 6th time today. Caution flag is out. This will get Kenseth and Edwards back in it. And the 5th place car will get a free pass. It looks like debris has fallen off of Greg Biffle's race car, bringing out the caution. Not sure where exactly that came off of. I don't know if it was the right front or the rear of the race car. But debris. For the 3rd time today, a debris caution has come out. This is our 6th caution total. Matt Kenseth going to pit here. We'll see if anybody else is going to pit. Should be outside the fuel window to make it to the end still. But Kenseth's going to be in. There's not many cars on the lead lap, so he's not going to lose hardly any spots. And nobody else is going to come in this time. We did see some cars pit the last caution, but not a lot of people hit pit road. And we will head to another crazy restart in a matter of moments. These restarts have been pretty wild today. It just gives that glimmer of hope that these other drivers still have a chance every time we get the field bunched up like this. Now we have 5 cars on the lead lap. Not what Biffle needed were cautions to just come out frequently here, like they have. 16.5 second stop. Not bad. It's a clean one at least. That's all that really matters for the 17 team. And again, he's only going to lose a spot out of this. Edwards will move up to 3rd. We'll see what's going to happen. Green flag back in the air. Kenseth kind of spun the tires there initially on the restart. Lap 260. Field jumbled up. Elliott Sadler got his lap back initially there. Big dive bomb now by Kenseth. Couple cars went a little bit wide, but not extremely wide. Kenseth on the fresh Goodyears trying to dive bomb, and he will. He is up to 2nd. Bobby Labonte, Elliott Sadler back on the lead lap around Greg Biffle. Kenseth has not led today. Still got a good chance to finish top 10 in points. So for that reason, he's going to try to go for some bonus points on the inside of Greg Biffle, and he's got the lead off of turn 8. Kenseth leads, but he's still side by side with Biffle at the line. And Biffle's already clinched the most laps led, so it's not really hurting him right now. Kenseth really wide. Not a lot of room. Almost pinched into the wall by the 16. Kenseth will clear Biffle as well as lap car Elliott Sadler off of turn number 3 at lap 261. And we'll go back to Carl Edwards for 3 laps at the line this time. But for the first time today, Matt Kenseth is going to be leading at Old Spice Speedway. Just being inducted into the Hall of Fame recently here in NASCAR in real life, in current day. And there you see Edwards in 4th. He's side-by-side for 3rd with Kevin Harvick entering turn 1, 2.5 seconds behind Kenseth. And he will clear Harvick for position. Big time corner there for Carl Edwards. Getting by Kyle Busch and Bobby Labonte, and he's right behind Biffle in 2nd. 1, 2, 3 at the front of the field right now for Roush Fenway Racing. Biffle into turn 8, 3 wide. He was in the middle with Sadler, and that opened up the bottom for Carl Edwards. Biffle clears the 38. Edwards to 2nd. Got a battle for the lead going on between Edwards and Kenseth. Edwards sends it into turn 8. Makes a clean pass on his teammate. That's 5 bonus points for Edwards. Trying to keep him 2nd in points as well, with trying to get Biffle the championship. Edwards leads for the first time today, our 6th different leader. We'll go back to Greg Biffle the rest of the race when we get to the start-finish line this time by. It took 264 laps for Edwards to take the lead today. And had to come from a lap down at one point to do it. But he is out in front now. Already by about 1.6 seconds over Matt Kenseth. Biffle trying to run down the 17 now for 2nd after Kenseth has lost the lead. They're leading for about 3 or 4 laps. And now to Greg Biffle for the rest of the race we go. As he fends off Sadler. 4.7 to 4.8 seconds off the lead. Make that 4.9. 5 seconds. Man, Edwards got off of that final corner really well. 5-second lead. That's how much Biffle's going to have to try to overcome here. He's got plenty of time to do it. He's had the fastest car in the field today. Really shouldn't be any issues to catch his teammates here. And will the engines make it to the end of the race on these top three, considering that the other two Roush cars of Kurt Busch and Mark Martin blew engines? And remember, Kurt Busch was leading when he blew a motor earlier in the day. And don't forget, Matt Kenseth hit pit road during that last caution, so he can go quite a bit longer on fuel than everybody else, but he can't make it to the end. We have 68 laps still to go in this race, but we have more than that left when we got to the restart. We were definitely over 70 to go, so Kenseth will not be able to make it. Everybody has to pit one more time before the end of this race. Kenseth just doing it on an extra stop. There was a few lap cars also that pitted during the 5th caution. We've had 6 total. Halfway on fuel at this point in the run for Biffle. Definitely closing very quickly on Kenseth. If he gets through turns 1 and 2 well, he's going to have a good chance to get by Kenseth in turn 3 and make the pass for 2nd. Biffle power sliding in turn 2 as he catches Matt Kenseth. All clear off of turn 3 for 2nd place. 2 seconds off the lead behind his other teammate, Carl Edwards. It was the first time Biffle's lost the lead on a restart today. Fell from 1st to 3rd. The restarts have been so chaotic that we expected something like that to potentially happen at some point today. The next question is, was that the final restart? Can the pit crew do their job as well when the time comes in this race? Gonna have a battle for the lead now between Carl Edwards and Greg Biffle. Biffle in the draft as they go across the bridge once more. Closes through turns 1 and 2. Edwards with a block. Goes to the outside. Freeing up the bottom easily for Biffle to make the pass. And Greg Biffle, for the 3rd different time today, is back in the lead at Old Spice Speedway. But at least Edwards was able to get laps led in today. 5 bonus points. That'll help him out just a little bit more going into that season finale at Talladega in a couple weeks. All Biffle has to do is beat Edwards at this point, or even finish within 1 position behind him. He'll have over a 100-point lead going into Talladega. Means he can finish about 2/3 of the way through the field and still end up winning the championship. Should I exercise more? I mean, it depends on how much you're already exercising. I know you've mentioned that you have diabetes. If you're looking to lose weight specifically, that's your goal. I mean, and really when you're working out in general, there isn't really a specific time that is the best time. I prefer working out in the mornings just because I feel like I have more energy. It depends what you're doing throughout the day, though. Like, if you don't work during the day, you're probably still going to have a decent amount of energy working out later in the day versus in the morning. But if you work, like, in a job where you have a lot of exertion, you're probably not going to have as much energy at the end of the day, so you're not going to be able to, you know, maybe endure as much in the gym as what you would otherwise from a, more from a mental, you know, aspect, because a lot of it is mental. I mean, it's physical in the sense of what can your body go through physically, but at the same time, I think a lot of it is a mental hurdle of just telling yourself that you can do it. Majority of the time, you can do it. I mean, obviously, like if I told myself specifically, because I don't really run a lot, that, you know, I'm gonna run a 4-minute mile next week. Like, physically, I know I can't do that. Like, that's just not possible. But just getting over the mental side of, like, you know, distance-wise, like, I can run a mile. Like, I can do that. I just put my mind at, you know, that state that I am going to do this. Everybody's different, though, in that aspect, too, of what they can and can't do. And the best thing to do is just to do it. I mean, find something that you like. Because you're not going to like every exercise. And if you're not going to like the exercise, then you're never going to stick with it over a long period of time. So find something you like and stick with it. Like, specifically, when I'm training legs, I do not like lunges. For one, it doesn't... I've mentioned in the past that I've had an severe ankle injury when I was 16. So, like, it kind of feels a little unsteady on my right knee specifically. Like, I've noticed, like, my knee is on my right leg, which is the same leg I broke my ankle in multiple spots. Just completely tore apart. Essentially, that knee is, like, it clicks a lot, like, when I walk and stuff, too. And when I'm doing lunges specifically, because I'll have more pressure on one leg, if I'm doing squats, it's fine. Like, it may click every now and then, but it doesn't hurt. But when I'm doing lunges, it tends to hurt. So I don't do lunges for that reason. There's a lot of, like, behind the back stuff, like a military bench press. Like, I've tried that. My shoulder, I do not like that at all. Like, I just stick with a normal shoulder press at this point. Like, you'll find exercises that when you do them, you're like, that doesn't feel right. Just don't do them. Don't push yourself through that. But, I mean, you're going to be sore. That's one thing that's the big mental hurdle, I guess, when you're first starting to work out. Or even if you have worked out before and you've gone a while without working out or exercising, that you're going to forget, like, how sore you are. Biffle make it without another pit stop? No, we do have to pit one more time. I mean, it's just like the same thing. If you're looking for cardio, you don't like running, you could always get, like, well, I mean, you could ride a bike. You can get, like, an indoor elliptical, you know, machine or something like that. No, it's gonna be tires and fuel next time I pit. Our picture's been pretty good today, so I trust him. That, and in case we get any more cautions before the end of the race. And should be alright. We actually do have a slow car right now. I'm not sure if they're on pit road or if they're on the actual racetrack. I think they're already on pit road. So it looks like somebody blew an engine somewhat recently. and has made their way into the pits. Could be a sign that the fuel window is open to the end of the race from right now as well. We could see some other cars pitting. I think there actually might be another car entering pit row, so that might be what it is. I don't think it was somebody blowing an engine as much as it was somebody just making their final stop of the day. Now that we are within the window to make it to the end. Just over a 5-second lead for Greg Biffle. And we are down to 55 laps to go. I had to figure out my math there for a second. So 55 laps left. Everybody has to make one stop. Matt Kenseth's probably going to be able to stay out and lead quite a few laps. Biffle's got a big enough lead, though. He'll be able to hold on to the lead lap when that happens. I think the big thing for Kenseth, though, is that he can end up having fresh tires for a final restart by staying out if he gets a caution before he pits. That could be a nice advantage for him. Yeah, green flag, I'm still taking tires. But I'm saying, like, if we do get a restart later in the race, I don't want to be on older tires. Even though I think track position's a little more important at this track, for my car specifically, I'd still prefer to have the tires on it to make it to the end. Because the handling's been really good on this thing, and I don't want to risk going too far on tires. Yeah, caution, pit stops, or green flag pit stops, doesn't matter. We're taking fuel and tires. Even if it is a slower stop under caution, I lose a couple positions. I think we can get them back. We'll have enough time. Now, if we do get a caution after... We got some of the leaders pitting this time, but if we get a caution after I've already made my final stop and can make it on field to the end, then I'm staying out. I'm just keeping track position at that point. Carl Edwards just pitted because the lead got opened up a little bit more, so that's likely putting Kenseth at second. Actually, Edwards is still on the track. Never mind. Hasn't been shown the red X yet. That's how quickly Biffle's opening this lead back up again. In case I can't ask the rest of the week, who do I want to win? Man, I don't know. I'm really undecided on the women's Rumble match. Like, I have no clue who they're going to go with to win that. Like, maybe Rhea Ripley, but, like, that's... Like, who else in the women's division that isn't already a champion or competing for the champion would be... you know, over enough that they could put in a WrestleMania title match. Because Charlotte's the champ already. There's no way they're going to have Ronda Rousey win the Royal Rumble again already. I just don't see that happening. And if it does, I feel like the fans are going to be booing like crazy. Maybe Shayna Baszler? I feel like that would have been a better storyline, though, if Ronda Rousey was still the champ. And she's not the champ anymore. So Ronda not being the champ anymore, I wouldn't go with Baszler to win the Rumble. I'd probably go with Rhea Ripley. She hasn't really been involved in the women's division, though. That's the only thing. Like, she's been involved with the Judgment Day, and she hasn't had really any feuds with any women, though, recently. That's the only reason I'm, like, probably more undecided on her probably winning it for that reason, but that's, like, the only person I could see winning the Royal Rumble in the women's right now. Other than that, I feel like it's wide open. For the men's, I almost really don't know with that one either. Sami Zayn gonna actually win it? Like, is that gonna actually happen? I don't know that that's the storyline that they get into WrestleMania with. But at the same time, like, who else would face Roman? Because he's got both the titles still. The winner of the Rumble match is going to face Roman. Unless Kevin Owens somehow wins this weekend, that's not gonna. I don't think that's gonna happen. Like, who has Roman not faced while he's been champion? During his current reign that he could face at WrestleMania. And Sami Zayn is like the only guy I could think of, at least, you know, at or near the top of the card that could face. Like, he's already faced Drew McIntyre a couple times. He's already going to go on to face Kevin Owens again. I don't think Sheamus. I mean, Asuka would be interesting. Her and Charlotte could have a rematch at WrestleMania. There's like no storyline though to go with there. That's why I'm so undecided on that one. But I'm undecided with both, really. Seth Rollins? But he's already faced Roman a couple times during the reign too, though. That's the only thing. It's like, and he's getting another shot at it. Yeah, I don't know. I'd say it's, I mean, it's fun that it's this unpredictable this year, cause for both of them, too. You know what? Now that I think about it, Cody Rhodes would probably be the guy, right? And for some reason, Sammy, like, if Sammy doesn't win it, I wasn't really thinking about it until just now, but I think Cody Rhodes might end up winning it then. He hasn't gotten to face Roman yet because he got hurt. Everybody else I can think of towards the top of the card has faced Roman during his reign except for him. And potentially Braun Strowman during this current reign, I guess, technically, but I don't see him winning it. Yeah, you know what? I'm probably going to have to say Cody Rhodes is going to win the Rumble. We'll go Cody to win it. No, I don't think Taker's... You know what? My surprise entry, and now I'm going out on the limb, and I try not to, like, look at anything, so I don't know if this is already, like, rumored or not. Oh, hang on. We got a car blowing up right in front of Greg Biffle. It's Kyle Petty in the 45. It's incredible. So Kyle Petty has just blown a motor. He's going to have to try to get to pit road now. And I believe he has gotten there. So Kyle Petty, who just blew an engine, has made it to pit road. We continue to stay green. Bengals are up 14-0. Dang. Yeah, I kind of figured the snow that I was getting overnight at my house was supposed to head up in that direction towards Buffalo. But I don't think they're supposed to get much accumulation during the game, though. I don't think it started snowing there until like right around the start of the game. I only got a couple inches. But that was a couple inches over the course of like 9 hours. 14-7. Buffalo just scored TD. I need it to be a higher scoring game. I hit on the over for that game too. Oh yeah, my surprise entry. Sorry, I got sidetracked by football there in the chat. And the blown engine from Kyle Petty. That was what started the sidetraction. Yeah, so I'm going to say the surprise entry is going to be Shawn Michaels. And here's why. Triple H is running things now in WWE, right? So I feel like even if it's not Shawn Michaels, somebody from DX is popping up. I don't think Road Dogg, because I think he had some health issues a while back, so I don't think he's going to do it. We obviously know Triple H has had health issues within the last year and stuff too. I think the only two that would be likely to randomly appear would be X-Pac. I don't know what his current health state is. Scott Hall's unfortunately no longer. Kevin Nash, I think, is just too old. His legs are all sorts of banged up. That wouldn't work. The only guys that would make sense, like Triple H guys that would make sense, would be Shawn Michaels and X-Pac. But I'm going with Shawn Michaels because he is from San Antonio, isn't he? The Rumble's in San Antonio. I know he's from Texas, but I think he's from San Antonio. The Rumble's in San Antonio, so it'd be a hometown guy. It'd be a Triple H guy. So that's why I'm going with Shawn Michaels to be the surprise Rumble entrance this year. That place would go absolutely insane if that happened. But that's what I'm predicting. 40 laps to go this time by. Greg Biffle will not pit this time, but he will pit the following lap for his 5th and final stop of the race. Cautions kind of ran this into a 5-stop race rather than a 4-stop race in the timing of when some of these guys have pitted during a couple of the cautions today. Including that first one for Biffle. What number am I? Yeah, so I'm going there. I'm not actually going to be in the match, Derek. Ricky Rudd. Up into the guardrail on the outside of turn 2. Biffle gets by Jeff Green on the bottom in turn 3 as well. 39 laps to go, and Biffle makes his way off of pit road, but this will be the final stop. He sped coming into the pits the last time. Going to try not to do that this time. And he does not. 68 miles an hour. Perfect pit road entry there. 4 tires and fuel for Biffle. No adjustments. Final stop. Who scored the touchdowns, by the way? I have Stephon Diggs on my fantasy team. Josh Allen. Who scored for Cincy? Oh, was it a running touchdown for Allen then? I think the guy I'm facing is Josh Allen. I think. No, never mind. He had Daniel Jones. That's right. Yeah, he had Daniel Jones. He did not do good last night. Got Brock Purdy. Had to see my reaction. It's alright. 27 seconds off the lead. Carl Edwards back out in front again. Surprised Edwards hasn't pit. I'm not surprised Kenseth hasn't pit, though. Full blocking. Jamie McMurray all the way down into turns 1 and 2. McMurray going wide up into the guardrail off the exit of turn 2 as well. Yeah, I mean, there's usually a bunch of surprises in the women's. The main reason they get more surprise entries, though, than the men's is because I don't think they have as many women in the roster as they do men. At least on the roster, like in a picture that, you know, they would be more than likely on TV on any week. Yeah, so I don't really know. Like, I wouldn't be shocked if we see some of the same people that have been in the last couple women's rumbles that randomly return. I'm not throwing Brock Lesnar anywhere. Oh, how big that guy is? I'm about the same height as him, but he's got a weight advantage on me. He's probably like 60 pounds heavier than I am. I don't know what his actual weight is versus his build weight, but he has to be at least 260. Like, as big as he is, he's got to be at least 250, 260. I'm only like 204. Like, I've been in the gym, I've been getting bigger, but I'm not, like... I don't eat as much as he does. That's the big problem. I should eat more. Closing in on lap 300. 41 likes on the stream. 41 likes. We're 9 away from our goal. Remember, our goal is 50, so if you have not hit the like button or subscribed yet today, be sure to do so. Mickey James showed up last year. It's possible. Isn't she in like her final run right now? Something like that over in Impact. Maybe she does. Final hoorah. I think Edge will come back again. I mean, it's his final year probably in WWE, so I think he'll end up making a Rumble appearance. Which would be cool. It would be my first time ever getting to see Edge wrestle, finally. Because he's either been hurt every time I've gone to a WWE show since he came back, or he's there, he cuts a promo. I mean, I saw him with the wedding. He crashed with Beth Phoenix on The Miz. That was in Detroit. That was pretty funny. But I didn't get to see him actually, like, wrestle. And I guess... he and Beth Phoenix were throwing a bunch of security guards around, but I didn't actually see them, like, wrestle. Then he was feuding with Seth Rollins at the time. I saw him in Cleveland, but there wasn't a match there either. Last rodeo. Crash should be cool. "32 laps to go." Matt Kenseth leads because Carl Edwards ended up hitting pit road from the lead recently. Biffle is easily cycle ahead of the 99. He's about 15 seconds behind Kenseth. Kenseth will still have to pit before the end of the race, but he pitted under the most recent caution, so he's going to be able to go quite a ways. He's probably going to be anywhere between 10 to 15 laps short on field at the end of the race. He's just banking on there being a caution with not that many cars on the lead lap right now that he could then in return have a chance on a late race restart with fresher tires than everybody in front of him. I believe we only have 5 cars on the lead lap. And he went from 4th to 1st on the last restart on fresher tires to get to the lead, so you just never know. Contact Newman, up into the wall, caution! Same thing that happened with those two earlier, but this time it brings out our 7th caution of the day. That's a caution Matt Kenseth needed. And Greg Biffle going to have to restart back there with him, too, after being involved. What is he doing? I mean, that is the second time Ryan Newman has just missed turn 2 with Greg Biffle on his outside. It's going to give the lead back to Carl Edwards. Kenseth is in. Biffle will be able to at least restart in front of the 17, considering he can't take fuel or tires here. Biffle's had by far the fastest car in the field. I think he'll have enough time to still get up there. We'll have a little over 20 laps to go in the restart. Should be restarting, I believe, in 5th? No, 4th, because somebody else would have gotten the free pass. They'll have to be at the tail end of the longest line, which would be the lap car line. Edwards trying to survive the restart to get a win late in the season. Biffle actually at 2nd here, so I guess there weren't that many cars on the lead lap. I think Kenseth, with being out of the pit still, that had held guys who were barely on the lead lap like Elliott Sadler and Dale Jarrett a lap down still. So green flag back in the air on this restart. Biffle going to be in 2nd. He only lost 1 spot, making it a little easier on himself. He'll battle with Carl Edwards now as they're side by side for the lead. And clear. And now trying to block the 99. Down into turn number 8. Edwards driving it in extremely deep, trying to get to Biffle. Not going to be able to get there. Biffle leads the first lap following the restart. Fastest lap of the day for Greg Biffle, a 44.691. And that was the first lap after the restart, so that doesn't really make much sense, but he was able to do it. The thing that scares me with Newman doing that is that he's going to be a rival going into Talladega, so I really hope we don't see him at all in that season finale. And again, Edwards already led laps earlier in the day, so it wasn't like that was his first laps led either. 44.490 for Greg Biffle. He is running his fastest laps of the race. And it's not like he took tires under that caution either. That's what doesn't make any sense. But he is running his fastest laps when it matters the most. We have been going for over 4 hours. Probably not going to hit the 5-hour mark even with the 7 cautions we've seen today. We could potentially see more before the end. That could give Edwards a chance. Biffle did lose the lead on restart earlier. It's not impossible. That might be the last chance anybody's going to have to catch Biffle again. A 44.115. How am I running that fast right now? This is absolutely insane. Well, that lap's not going to be as quick. Still a 44.4. Not gonna talk about it. Minor mishap from Greg Biffle a couple quarters ago. I'm surprised I've only done that once the entire race at turn 2. I feel like that's a corner that gets a lot of people at this racetrack to do exactly what I just did. It took us over 300 laps to do it. Looking like Usain Bolt. "21 laps to go at the line this time by." A 43.793. That last lap for Greg Biffle. With 20 to go, he, after over 4 hours of racing, somehow has the energy to be able to run his fastest laps not only of the day, but that's got to be the fastest lap I've ever seen on a road course anywhere. It made my jaw drop. It almost doesn't even feel real. Feels like the timer's off or something. Where was this? I mean, we've had speed all day today, but where was this speed? I think Ryan Newman ticked Greg Biffle off on the wrong day. How has the engine even survived this much? No, back-to-back 43.8s, too. 43.8s at least 3 laps in a row. Out of Greg Biffle. I'll tell you what, I told you guys it was going to be hard to hold energy for this long. I made just a couple minor mistakes today, but for the most part, it has been a very clean race for Greg Biffle. We've survived a bunch of restarts. Had 7 cautions. A 43.746 and an even quicker lap than any lap he has ran today. I swear, if we get like a 43.5 or something like that, I'm gonna fall out of my chair. This is unheard of. To do that this late in the race, after this many laps, And not even like he's on fresh tires either. That's the insane thing. And to do that with the championship on the line, Biffle definitely has a refuse to lose attitude this season. Let's put on a clinic today. Had some hiccups along the way, but the Roush cars altogether have been really fast. And Greg Biffle has been the fastest of the bunch and of the entire 43 car starting field. .44 flat, right on the nose that last lap. I think a lot of it was because of turn 7 the lap before. Didn't really get off of turn 7 that last lap very well. That lap I did. At the lap prior, though, getting back to the start-finish line. .14 laps to go. And the big thing right now for Greg Biffle is just hoping that this stays green to the very end. I mean, 43.6. This is unbelievable. 43.674. We picked up another 10 from our previous fastest. That's one way to make a 500-mile road course race fun at the end. Start setting new land speed records. I just hope this isn't telling that our engine's going to give out anytime soon. that would stink. We have had a couple Roush cars blow engines already today. Another 43.7 that lap, by the way. I mean, I am definitely pushing harder now than I have this whole race, but I mean, now's the time to do it, I guess, when you're right at the very end. And just absurdly pulling away from the rest of the field. $11 to go this time by. A 43.5. New track record. Again. I mean, it's not qualifying, but holy Moses. What did Mr. Krabs always say? Mother of pearl. Mother of pearl. Jeez Louise, man. This Greg Biffle might catch on fire inside the car. Not because of an overheating issue or the engine blowing, but because the car is so fast. Might break the speed of light. Another 43.6. It's like as if we can't get any faster, we just keep getting faster and faster. Nope, not that time. Clip the wall in turn 1. 10 to go. It's giving me a new energy boost, I'll tell you that much. I couldn't have done this the whole race. That would have been kind of tiring, honestly. There's no way. But we definitely saved the best for last. We're not going to have too many more opportunities to break that lap time, though, because we're starting to close in on some lap traffic at the tail end of the field. Yeah, that last pit stop when we had to pit after the Newman incident, they had to have done something when we pulled into the box. Must have taken like weight from underneath the car or something. We're gonna scale in too light at the end now. Sailed it off maybe a little too deep that time, and turn 8, too deep to run the fastest time. At least we were like 3/10 off of it. Bit of a power slide getting down into turn 3. Locking the tires up a little bit. Down into turn 8. A bit of a hiccup costed him on that lap. It is definitely a combination of all those things, Mark. Scrape into the inside wall there in turn 3. Only done that a couple times. It's been a while since the last time I did it. I think every time I did it, I was driving to somebody else, though. I'm doing those first couple field passes today. That might have been the last lap that Biffle was going to have to run any lap in the 43.5. I mean, we only did that once, but there's no way he's going to be able to do that now that he's getting into lap traffic. Well, definitely not right there. Jeez. All right. Start to reel it in again. Got 5 laps to go this time by. 5 to go for Greg Biffle. Kind of had to back up turn 2 a little bit. He wanted to make sure he was going to be able to make it into turn 3 low enough at the right point to get by the 14 of John Andretti, and did. Yeah, that wasn't going to work out too well. Catching the 198 and the 50 in kind of some bad spots there, especially on the outside of turn 2. I didn't want to get involved in another wreck. Especially not now. That cost us the win. Get by the 198 as well as Jimmy Spencer, though, through turn 3 that last lap. 3 laps to go this time by. Greg Biffle's put on a show today at the Old Spice Speedway. And he's just a few laps away from conquering this race. And even in the final 20 laps, putting on a time trial show at the finish. Oh, Kenny Wallace in the wall pretty hard there. Gonna slow Biffle up into turn 3. He was catching him with a lot more speed than he thought he was going to. Wallace getting into the wall. He'll lose another lap. We'll have 2 laps to go this time by. I think just doing this race in general was insane enough. 44-0. Oh, good contact there between Schrader and the 172. Man, Schrader was cleared by a lot, but not so much the 172. Good contact. We'll be coming to the white flag this time by. Just over a 15-second lead for Greg Biffle over teammate Carl Edwards and Matt Kenseth. And this is the final lap. We did it. It's going to be the 16th win of the year for number 16, Greg Biffle. We'll have 1 race to go. He's going to have over a 100-point lead going into Talladega for the season finale. To try to go for his first career NASCAR Nextel Cup Series championship. What a ride it's been. Oh, one more contact. Had to do that coming to the checker, I guess. With Scott Riggs. Checkered flag in the air. Greg Biffle has picked up win number 16. To the bridge we go to do a burnout. That's not a good one. Nope, we gotta restart that. Fatigue didn't set in on the track during the race today, but it set in during the victory burnouts. Got nothing left. This is the kind of points cushion Biffle wanted going into the season finale at Talladega, knowing my track record with road courses on these EA Sports games. This is a nice, comfortable lead. No lead is safe going into Dega. Anything could still happen. Biffle did DNF in 2 of the 4 Super Speedway races we have had so far this season. So he will still need to make it to the end, but he's in good shape for right now. And in a couple weeks' time, we will find out if Greg Biffle will be the 2005 champion. 1, 2, 3 finish for Roush Fenway Racing. The other 2 DNF'd. We'll take a look at the rest of the finishing results here. 287 of the 333 laps led. Not quite 5 hours. The thumbnail lied. I was 6 seconds short of a 5-hour race. I should have just backed it off on that last lap for a little bit, and we would have hit 5 hours. But pretty close, though. 7 cautions for 21 caution laps, 16 lead changes, 17.2 seconds margin of victory, 99.92 miles per hour average race speed. Longest race, video game-wise, in channel history is over. 15 laps led today for Carl Edwards, enough to get 5 bonus points. Finished second. He's done great these last 2 races, but if he didn't blow that engine at Chicagoland, he may still be the points leader. But nonetheless, it is Greg Biffle who will lead going into the final race of the season. Matt Kenseth ended up 30, led 7 laps. Kevin Harvick led 8 laps, finished in 4th. He was the last car to finish on the lead lap. We had just 4 cars that finished on the lead lap today. Dale Jarrett finishes 5th with no laps led. Elliott Sadler 6th. He did not lead a lap, but he'll still have a chance at the championship going into Talladega. Kyle Busch, ends up finishing in 7th. Both those 2 laps down, by the way. Bobby Labonte 8th. Jimmy Johnson 3 laps down in 9th. And Mike Bliss gets yet another top 10 this year, finishing in the 10th place position. We'll see who all DNF today. I think we had quite a few. Yeah, we had quite a few DNFs. Jeff Burton blew an engine. Kyle Petty, we saw blow a motor. Scott Wimmer blew an engine. Dale Earnhardt Jr. blew an engine while leading. Kurt Busch blew an engine while leading. Coincidentally, both after 8 laps led. Shane Meal DNF'd. Mark Martin and Jeff Gordon DNF'd. So Gordon and Kurt Busch, who had a chance at the championship coming into today, they would have needed a little help, obviously, to have a shot going into Dega for the championship still. But they ended up DNFing, didn't really give themselves a chance. Then Johnson just didn't get the help needed despite having a top 10. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars DNF today then total. So 8 drivers failed to finish. 17.2 second margin of victory. There we go. Unbelievable. Saw Edwards in victory lane there with his teammate. Both the two will have a chance to go 1-2 in the finishing order for Roush Fenway Racing in the points this season. And hopefully for our sake, it's Biffle coming out on top. It is the Talladega 500 for the NASCAR Nextel Cup Series Championship. 1 race to go. And what a crazy Talladega race that is likely going to be, too. That will be something. Just on DNF at Dega, you should win the race. Yeah, and I will figure out exactly what position we need to finish in here before we end this stream. Got a 114-point lead. Oh, Sadler doesn't have a shot. I didn't realize he lost that many points. So it is just 2 drivers that have a chance at the championship. It's Greg Biffle and Carl Edwards. Elliott Sadler will not have a shot at the title. He still can finish as high as 2nd in points. Jimmy Johnson, who's 4th, does not have a shot to finish 2nd. He can only finish as high as 3rd. Kurt Busch falls back to 6th. Johnson up to 4th, actually. With the problems with Kurt Busch and Jeff Gordon today. So Sadler, even with getting a 6th place finish, ends up with no laps led. Biffle having the max point. That was the big difference. If Greg Biffle wouldn't have had the 10 bonus points, well, we would have had the tiebreaker. We would have had to finish 2nd and not lead the most laps, with Sadler finishing 6th. Or Sadler could have led a lap and we could have not led the most. Whatever the case was, though, that eliminates Elliott Sadler. So only Carl Edwards has a shot at the championship. I'm going to pull up the points format here just to find out exactly what position Greg Biffle could finish in to win the championship. And then we'll end the stream. Whoops. I know Wikipedia's got a page. That's what I was usually... There we go. Couldn't find it at first. Alright, so we know 190 points if you win, lead the most laps. So let's just say, theoretically, Carl Edwards leads the most laps, wins the race at Talladega, and we don't lead a single lap. We'd have to go 114 points. So the max you could score is 190. So 190 minus 114, 76, which would be 29th. So as long as Greg Biffle finishes 29th or better, 29th would be the tie. We have the tiebreaker with the most wins. So as long as Greg Biffle finishes 29th or better at Talladega in a couple of weeks, he will win the championship. If we lead a lap with the 5 bonus points, then we can finish if we lead a lap, then we can finish 30th or better. And if we get 10 bonus points, and clinch the most laps led before the end of the race, we could finish 32nd and still win the championship, even with Edwards winning. So that's kind of what we're looking at right now. So going into the race, 29th or better will win the championship for Greg Biffle at Talladega. Great performance today. We needed that. Grew that points lead out just a little bit more. It gives us even more space. I mean, Edwards did a good job. He led laps, finished second. He just didn't get any help. Same thing with the last race. He finished third. Led some laps, finished third, but we won the race, and he didn't get any help from us. So that is going to end it. Be sure to hit the like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. I'll see you guys on the channel tomorrow. We'll be racing NASCAR 22. Round of 12 of the playoffs the next 3 days on the channel for NASCAR 22, as we'll be racing Texas, Talladega on Tuesday night, the Roval on Wednesday night. It'll be a lot of fun. Hopefully I will see you then. Thanks for watching. Have a good rest of your afternoon, everybody, and I'll see you back and better than ever again tomorrow.